Councillors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we rise for the Speaker of Council, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu.
Can we please observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation? Thank you very much. We may be seated. Sawubona.
Good morning, councillors. It is hereby notified that the 24th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality will be held on Thursday, the 29th of August 2024 at 10 a.m. at the Constance Konibapela Council Chamber in Braamfontein.
Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Selo Morero, Whip of Council, Councillor Godslove Zungu, all political party leaders and whips, members of the Mayoral Committee, Chairperson of the Section 79 Committees, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Brink, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 24th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. Before we get to the business of Council, I would like to humbly request that we take a moment to remember and honor the 76 lives lost and the victims of the Usindiso building fire that occurred about a year ago by observing a moment of silence. In the same breath, and more recently, there have been 2 fires, each occurring within 24 hours of one another. One at Zamimpilo Informal Settlement in Viverly on Saturday, the 24th of August, which displaced 36 families, and also the fire of the GP's Town building, which claimed 4 lives on Sunday, the 25th of August. These incidents are a painful reminder of the task at hand, the cost of inaction and why. And without any delay, we ought to stand fast and address the social economic challenges that we are faced with in the City of Johannesburg. As we come to the end of the month of August once more, please allow me to wish all the women of the city a happy Women's Month. Let us never forget that the generational struggle waged by women and their immense contribution in achieving this democratic dispensation. If we now rise, or if we may now rise for the moment of silence in honor for the lives that we have lost quite recently. We may be seated. Thank you. Councillors on my right, ngicela sehlise kancane ngumsindo, please. Let's respect each other. Siqale kahle. Councillors, please note that the Office of the Whip of Council had requested that we add an urgency report to the agenda, which is item number 8, and I have acceded to the request. I have also received a request from the Whip of Council to elevate consideration of the reports immediately after consideration of questions, and I have acceded to that request as well. Councillors, please further note that there was an intention to convene the memorial service of the late Councillor Mphahlele today. However, the family was not available to attend, and such will be convened in due course, and councillors will be advised accordingly. At this point, I would like to allow 5 minutes for legal to verify the number of councillors present as to confirm quorum. Councillors have been advised. Please be reminded that our quorum is 136 and we currently have 198 councillors present. As a result, the meeting will continue. Thank you.
Councillors, we now proceed to the application for leave of absence.
We have not received any leave of absence, so I would like to receive them from the floor. Councillor, I've noted you from that side. You'll be the first one, Lara N. Second one, where's Marema? Councillor Marema, you'll be the third. Councillor Simmons, you'll be the fourth one. In that order, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you and good morning, councillors. Please excuse me at 4 o'clock if we are not done with the day's business. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Councillor Kia Shumba, late arrival. Ayanda Mtsunu, private business. Councillor Zahid Jainuddin will be leaving early at 1 o'clock. And Councillor Nicole Johnson, late arrival. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I would like to submit the following leave of absence. Councillor Lungatuma, family bereavement. Councillor Zakes Mate, ill health. Councillor Mongameli Mnyamini, ill health. Councillor Shange will arrive late. Councillor Mohau Mulife, private business. Councillor Mtlari, ill health. And I also want to indicate, Speaker, that MMCs from the African National Congress, if we are not done by 4, is an urgent organizational business that they need to go and attend to if we're not done at 4. So that's MMCs from the African National Congress and the mayor. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Good morning, House. We have a late arrival, MMC Kenny Kunene, and myself will be leaving at 4 if we're not done. Thank you.
Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting everyone. From the EFF, it's Councillor Moyepi, Ill Health, Councillor Telekwa, Ill Health, 3 councillors, Councillor Dwele and MMC Makafula, requesting to leave around 3 o'clock. Thank you.
Good morning, Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. We have Councillor Horwitz and Councillor Ahmad off with ill health. We have a request to leave early from Councillor Myers at 4 p.m. And we've got people stuck in some roadblocks, so well done, Councillor MMC Kunene, for the transport, but it's Councillor Peterson, Councillor Murray, and Councillor Depi. Thank you very much. And please, may I request, Speaker, a caucus break of 10 minutes once we've completed the apologies.
Noted, Councillor. Councillor Marema.
Norman, I forgot to submit an apology from Councillor Maswazi, who is not feeling well, and the Chief Whip, if we're not done at around that time of 4 o'clock. Thanks.
Councillor Green.
Sorry, Speaker, forgot one councillor. Councillor Molefe, she'll be leaving after the voting, please. Thank you.
Councillors, can we approve the apologies as submitted?
Madam, can I?
Councillor Advance Smith, I'll grant you a caucus break for 10 minutes, please. Coming back at 22 minutes past 10.
We have Councillor Kalasani, Councillor Jews, and Councillor Molasani, who will be late. They're just stuck in traffic, so thank you.
Noted, thank you.
Councillors, we're now on item 3, that is the official notices. The statement. Can we have the statement from the Executive Mayor?
Good morning, the Speaker of Council and Councillor Mthembu. I would like to congratulate you once more on your appointment and election as the Speaker of Council of the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, let me also greet all leaders of political parties who are here and perhaps start by saying that we want to welcome an important document, or rather an article and a piece which speaks to the inner city, well articulated by Mark Barnes, an investment banker who is contributing to the debate on how we're going to tackle the inner city moving forward. We also would like to welcome the commitment by the Premier of Gauteng, Premier Panyaza Lesufi, who has made a commitment to help and contribute towards the efforts of the city to reclaim the inner city. We also welcome his commitment to enter into an MOU with Pick It Up and City Power in an effort to reclaim the inner city. It is important, Madam Speaker, to indicate that our commitment today is to remove everything and anything that stands in the way of immediate action as it relates to the inner city of Johannesburg. We will enforce the law. We will ensure that we become as aggressive as never before. We are now declaring zero tolerance in dealing with lawlessness in the inner city and in Johannesburg generally. We will now reclaim the city. We are immediately implementing court orders which were received by the city against at least 9 hijacked buildings. We are committed in ensuring that we act, and we act with speed. At this point, Madam Speaker, allow me to congratulate all the women as we conclude the month-long celebration in celebrating the month of women, that I would like to salute all the women for the role that they've played in society, in their homes, and in different sectors. They continue to nurture society, and we're asking our women never to tire. But in the same breath, we want to ask the women in this council and in Johannesburg and in South Africa that whilst they do everything for everyone, we call on women to take care of themselves and ensure that they take regular visits to health doctors to consistently check on their health status so that we can respond on time to some of the diseases that are affecting women in particular. So with those words, we salute all our women and thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillors, please note that I have received the resignation of Councillor I. Renton as of the 27th of August 2024. We appreciate Councillor Renton on her service for the COJ residents and wish her well in your new future endeavors. Councillors, please join me in wishing well the councillors who celebrated their birthday during the month of August. Lara N. Davids Green, Genevieve Durand, Silo Mabelebele, Zahid Genodin, Michael Mpolobosho, Simon Mulife, Gift Mate, Tumelo Madiba, Tapelo Khadebe, Nzoxolo Nonkumbi, Lineborn Ndo, Deborah Francisco, Jeffrey Peterson, Christopher Avant Smith, Dalton Jacobs, Stuart Marais, Rasheta Landis, Jeffrey Amod, Nicolene Jonka, Leida Shackelfeld, Annette Depe. You'll excuse me if I'm butchering your surname or your name. You'll excuse me, colleagues. Ntswaki Daule, Pelisa. Ntwele, ngiyaxolisa Ntwele, Councillor Ntwele. Pelisa Ndo, Tabisa Mohapi, Tebuo Nkonko, Renee Fresling.
Councillors, we now proceed to confirmation of minutes, and these are the minutes of the 23rd Ordinary Council meeting held on the 30th and the 31st of July 2024. Also considering minutes of the 30th Extraordinary Council meeting held on the 16th of August 2024, and lastly minutes of the 31st Extraordinary Council meeting held on the 21st of August 2024.
I'd like to call the councillors according to the speaker's list to confirm the minutes. I'll start with the EFF councillor, Councillor T. Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we confirm the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mohapi. Freedom Front, Councillor P. Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. The minutes of the 16th of August, page 6. Second paragraph on that page, the following councillors were granted permission to leave earlier. Can we please add my name to that list? And then the minutes for the 21st of August, page 6 as well. Councillor Boer, we've got the reason for not being present was party business. Can that be changed to urgent private business, please?
Thank you, Councillor Smith. ACDP, Councillor N. Nkonza.
Shalom, shalom, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, MMCs, and all councillors. Proposed amendments for the 29th to the 30th of July are as follows. Page 24, paragraph 4. Insert me after allow. Page 24, the same paragraph. 4, insert S on organizations because it's 5 organizations. Page 25, paragraph 6, which is the last paragraph, replace weakening with weakening. Page 25, the same paragraph, replace pursuit with pursued. Page 38, item 2, Councillor Cook requested 1 hour between 13:30 and it's written here 13:30, 13:60, it should be 13:30 to 13:40. And then the minutes of the 16th of August, page 5, paragraph 4, please add ACDP provincial leader on Honorable Dalton Adams. You only wrote chair of chairs of the Gauteng legislature. Page 9, item 3.1. I recommend that we write the name of the judge president because it's just written judge president. Page 11, paragraph 1, replace GNU with GLU. The minutes of the 21st, page 10, paragraph 5, please include the executive mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, under the special votes. I thank you. Shalom, shalom.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. ANC, Councillor N. Mazibuko.
Thank you, Speaker. On the minutes of the 30 and 31, 23rd Ordinary Council, on page 24, paragraph 1. The Executive Mayor greeted and acknowledged. Can we remove greeted and just leave it with acknowledged? On the minutes of the 30th Extraordinary, page 5, paragraph 4, the former Speaker, Nongceba Mazibuko, has been, there's a repetition between the former Speaker, we listed the former Speaker twice, we listed what's this? Action SA President twice, as well as Funzi Ngubeni twice. If we can just clean that one. And then, Speaker, I think in terms of our minutes, can we request that we just standardize putting people's initials, because we seem to always either decide to use the middle name or the first name. So if we just put initials, then we keep a sequence. And then on the 31st Extraordinary Council, page 10. Can we separate the paragraphs? Because it reads as if there were 4 people nominating from different parties. So if we can just, put brackets in between the nominations and of the ANC and Action SA. And on page 12, paragraph 4. Can we please replace the exclamation mark with a full stop? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuko. PA, Councillor C. Forisho.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's the DA. So for the 23rd Ordinary Meeting, on page 61, the second paragraph after item 95, please note the DA's dissent, not abstention. Then item 102, page 63, please can our dissent be noted into open council as we made it in terms of Rule 84. We noted our dissent into an open council, if that can also be added to the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Can we confirm minutes with amendments, colleagues? Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed with item 5, which is questions for oral reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. And also read together with 5B, and those are questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillors, please note that the Executive have requested more time to answer questions that were submitted for this meeting, and I have acceded to the request. Therefore, the answers to the said questions will be provided at the next Council meeting.
We are now on item 7, that will be recommendations to Council.
Executive Mayor, Councillor Sello Dada Movero.
Madam Speaker, I hereby rise to table the executive reports for consideration by council. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Councillor Rapadu. I don't think Rapadu is here. Councillor Rapadu for the legislature report.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm taken aback. I thought we would follow the agenda here because there would have been elections of chairperson that would take this position and run with it. So if we can go back to the agenda, then would be fine. Thank you very much.
Councillor Rapadu, there was a request to elevate item 8A. So in order for it to be elevated, we must read this report first.
Which one is? Thank you very much. I, Councillor Rapadu, stand here to table the legislature reports for consideration by this council. Thank you very much.
Councillors, on recommendations to council, we're starting off with the first item, and that is the motivation that council recover or certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. That is for November 2023.
Councillors, I would like to call Councillor S. Rasirute.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and congratulations once again. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the motivation by Section 79 Municipal Public Account Committee for Council to recover or certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless, wasteful, and unauthorized expenditures. According to Section 32, subsection 2 of the MFMA, a municipality must recover unauthorized, irregular, or fruitless and wasteful expenditure from the person liable for that expenditure unless the expenditure, after investigation by a council committee, is certified by the council as irrecoverable and written off by the council. Further, according to Regulation 74, subsection 1D of Municipal Budget and Reporting Regulations of 2009, once a council committee has investigated the recoverability of UIFW expenditure the committee must submit a motivation to council explaining its recommendation regarding the recoverability of the expenditure. Speaker, noting these pieces of legislation, on 9 November 2023 and 18 April 2024, the committee agreed to recommend to council that some UIFW expenditures be recovered whilst other must certify as irrecoverable and written off. These expenditures cover various core departments. The expenditures range from 2012-2013 to 2021-2022 financial year. Madam Speaker, as the committee, we are encouraged that the report is recommending a recovery of over 350 million for fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, which includes the SAP license and office space paid for and never utilized. Madam Speaker, recovering this fruitless expenditure is crucial to maintaining the financial integrity and accountability of the municipality to its citizens. Implementing these recommended measures will not Are we good to go? Madam Speaker, recovering the fruitless expenditure is crucial to maintaining the financial integrity and accountability of the municipality to its citizens. Implementing the recommended measures will not only rectify the current issue, but also strengthen our financial management practices. Speaker, committee will ensure the executive takes prompt steps to recover the fruitless expenditure from responsible parties. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Vasirute. Action SA, Councillor L. Davis Green.
Thank you, Speaker. As MPAC, we sit for days on end, going through line item by line item. Decision makers are invited and questioned. Write-offs are advised. The core then presents pretty presentations and remedial action tables. Yet, here we are, back at square one, with me and my fellow committee members saying the same thing. This cannot be acceptable. I won't repeat the amounts of write-offs or recoverables as stated by the member in charge. But what I will do is highlight that it is bizarre that we are requesting recoverability in 2024 for a service rendered in 2009 and 2010 financial year. That's 14 years ago. As a council and a committee, we need to do better. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Green. ACTP, Councillor R. Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings once again. I rise to speak on items 1 and only item 1. In the Consolidated General Report on Local Government Audit Outcomes, the Auditor General Tsakani Maluleke states the report is an urgent call for performance, accountability, transparency, and institutional integrity in local government. The Council is being asked to consent to the write-offs of large amounts of money. These are related to irregular expenditure, unauthorized expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the amounts are horrific, and I will not repeat them. It is worth noting that 2 law firms will gain 96 million rand from our actions this morning. 2 software companies will make a hefty profit of 14 million rand at the expense of residents. This is unconscionable and immoral. Although the MFMA makes provision for the certification and write-offs, there are serious consequences to rubber stamping these reports. The Metro is going to suffer significant financial loss. It is distressing to see that the fee dragging has placed some debtors in a position to invoke prescription as provided for in the Prescription Act of 1969. The Metro is struggling to maintain existing infrastructure and to resolve water and electricity issues because of budgetary constraints, yet we are asked to approve these massive write-offs. There is no information on whether disciplinary action has been instituted against officials responsible for this financial delinquency. The lack of information on consequence management, including the laying of criminal charges, makes it even more difficult to be complicit in this mismanagement. The credibility and integrity of every councillor is going to take yet another battering. We are being parodied and lampooned in the media and by the public in general. The action we are contemplating today will erode the little trust the public has in this body, but it will leave offending officials relatively unscathed and at liberty to repeat this mismanagement at will. Our task is to provide oversight. It is our duty to ensure the Metro functions effectively, and most importantly, we must give the residents the assurance that we are good stewards of the resources they have entrusted to us. Approving these write-offs is an admission of failure. It is an admission that we cannot keep people accountable. It is an admission that we condone dereliction of duty. It is an admission that we lack transparency. It is an admission that institutional integrity ranks low on our priority list. In keeping with the ACDP's promise of service, order, and safety, the ACDP does not approve of the certification of these amounts as irrecoverable. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. We'll move on to PA, Councillor Freslick.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, City Manager, Executive Mayor, the PA9 under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene, our beautiful Chief Whip, Councillor Simonsa, all protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 1, requesting Council to write off once again a huge amount that should have been used to improve service delivery. As the Patriotic Alliance, we note the recommendation requesting recovery from service providers. But the question we have is what happened to those staff members and senior managers assigned with responsibility over these processes? Are we going to see arrest as a result? How do we find ourselves paying for services that have never been delivered? Where there is smoke, there usually is fire. As the Patriotic Alliance, we will monitor these developments. We agree to the recommendations as listed. Salute, ons byzani.
Salute. Thank you, Councillor. We'll move over to EFF, Councillor K. Serrane.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and once again, congratulations to you for being elected the Speaker of Council. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Lomrero, all progressive MMC and Section 79 chairpersons. Speaker, allow me to make these remarks since we are engaging about the issues that includes money, a lot of money. To the residents of Johannesburg, I saw it fit that I must inform you about the national importance of our position as EFF regarding the VBS matter. The National Ethics Committee in National Parliament has said and deliberated further on their investigation, and their findings is that the President and the Commander-in-Chief, Sello Julius Malema, of the EFF, has never benefited any cent from that robbery that occurred there in Venda. Those implicated, as we have seen and gathered in this chamber, they are making their plans on how they must pay back that money. And as a country, we know those who are implicated. We as the EFF caucus, we appreciate the work done by the committee of MPEC after proper and thorough investigation, for recommending that those who received our money and never done their job must pay back the money of COJ residents. Speaker, I must also do mention that some of these cases that we dealt with here are from some decades ago, meaning those who led this committee before were dragging their feet, and now we are moving with a train speed. In conclusion, Speaker, we as the EFF caucus, we move for the recommendation of the collective of the members of MPEC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Serrane. ANC, Councillor M. Mbengwa.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker of the session. The one standing here is Honorable Councillor Masindi Cabral Maanda Nomen Mbengwa Wakwinda. Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on item number 1 and item number 2. I'm allocated 10 minutes of each. So that arithmetical equate to 20 minutes. So, but I choose to say I'll be very...
Councillor Mbengwa, we are still on item 1, not item 2, fellow councillor.
Okay. I was just bringing that because it's the same thing. But let me just go on with my speech. Honorable Speaker, the September month, which is upon us, evokes the heritage on us. Allow me to bring a lingua word from the descendants of Soshiangane, the modern day Batsonga people and their language. The word is Mahitolovela. This word is very significant and very relevant when we are dealing with these issues. Honorable Speaker, good morning, Ndimachiloni. Allow me to greet the Honorable Mayor Majoro, the leader of our COJ administration in a previous time. Honorable Ntate Nodorobo Wodada Murero. Allow me to greet all my colleagues across the whole pack of the collective this side, and those that have joined this moving train, including your party, Honorable Speaker. Allow me again to pass my greetings to the August Mbokodos. Be greeted on your own months, which your own predecessors did a great work. We want to see you writing your own history, because those that went before you did a great work on this month of August. Mm-hmm. Honorable Speaker, let me go back to the word, the Tsonga word, which says Maitolovela. I will not delve on the meaning of this word. Time in and time out, those who are involved in the wrongdoings. In this, I refer to the abuse of the MFA Section 36, which empowers the supply chain to deviate and get contracts who are costing us all these write-offs. Regarding the recoverables, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about over 340 million. And most of this money can make a huge difference in our coffers. And we want it. We must get it.
My dear colleagues, in most cases, those that are involved will either leave the city, if it's an official, if it's a company, they will close their offices or close their firms. And we don't get that money. Honorable Speaker, I repeat the Tonga word. Vai tolovela. So, I am saying we must now go and recover this money. And in a Tonga word, mali lei hitaikuma chelede inoni ridewana. So, it has been a norm whereby we just talk and not doing the action. I was very encouraged with the words of the mayor when he stood up to say, we are going to take an action. Because the city of Joburg must be a no-go area for all that harboring a corrupt mind or having the corrupt genes. The recoverable money which has been recommended for us to recover the 340 million, we are going to recover it. And we are urging that if it takes us to use the SIU, let it be so. Let us start seeing people's property that are the proceeds of this evil collection and corruption be attached. We want to start seeing all the money that has been gained in this activity of corruption be recovered from the officials by freezing their pension, attaching their pension, and attaching their properties. Honorable Speaker, there is no other words that I can say, but banulava, vaitolovele ngopfu. And if we get gamasha kori, meitolovele mifike Park Station. Mali lei hailanza. We are going to recover this money. We will make sure that people are going to jail. I submit which pikara nda.
Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa. MMC, Councillor M. Arnolds.
Morning, Speaker, and good morning to the Executive Mayor, to all MMCs present, political party leaders, everybody. Speaker, I want to start off by acknowledging all the inputs from all councillors, but I also want to say to this House that at the end of this month, in our collections, we have collected 5 billion. So I think that is an improvement. As the MMC, my main aim is to focus on financial stability as well as ensuring that we spend the ratepayers' money properly. I can ensure Council, we will ensure that we have internal controls in place to strengthen internal processes. After vigorous processes that were followed, I would ask this House to support the recommendations in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor S. Rasirute.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me take this opportunity and thank members of the MPAC committee and the unity in that committee. Speaker, and let me also wish Councillor Reinten the best wherever she's going, because she was a member of our committee and she was very much active in that committee. In that committee, we are working like a family. We are trying to chase around these thugs who who have stolen the money from the city, but their tactic is the same. Immediately after stealing our money, they will resign, they will vanish from the city. We are trying to find ways to deal with them anyway. But at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, we would like to recommend Council to approve recommendations to recover and certify as recoverable and write off the expenditures as listed in the report and its annexures. And Speaker, we've got two motivations, and then I think they are the same, they're demanding the same, it's just different dates. Can we then cluster them and approve? Thank you very much.
Councillor Russell-Rutte, I've been advised that 2 has not been tabled yet, so we can't do it now. Councillors, the recommendations are on page 1.3. Is the item agreed to? Agreed.
It's the same thing. It's what?
Councillors, we are on item 2, and that is motivation, that council recover or certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure for the month of April 2024.
Member in charge, Councillor S. Russell-Rutte.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Speaker. I rise again, Speaker, to table the motivations by the Section 79 Municipal Public Accounts Committee for Council to recover or certify as irrecoverable and write off irregular, fruitless, and wasteful and unauthorized expenditure. In conclusion, Speaker, the committee recommends that Council approves recommendations to recover and certify as irrecoverable and write off the expenditure as listed in the reports and its annexures. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Russell-Rutte. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor C. Boer.
Good morning, Madam Speaker. Congratulations on your election as well. I want to raise on item number 2, especially on the fruitless, on the unauthorized expenditure for 2022-2023 amounting to 1.2 billion rand. And although we acknowledge the hard work that is put in by Impact and try and recover those expenses, these expenses here are unauthorized, and 1.2 billion is a massive amount of money. And are we saying, yeah, we're going to borrow another 2 billion or another 2.5 billion to make up for those unauthorized expenditure? It just cannot be. There need to be consequences. I looked into the figures on the fourth quarter report last year to see where is this overspending coming from, especially on human settlements. Human settlements, total OPEX budget for a full year was just under 1 billion. They overspent by 600 million. So instead of spending 1 billion, they spent 1.6 billion. In that report, there is no details on where this money was spent on. It cannot be. There must be consequences. And the council is not a rubber stamp to just say, yes, let's write it off and we forget about the money. It cannot be. On public safety, they overspent 524 million. In their report, there's some more information. their salary budget for last year was 4.1 billion. They spent 5.1 billion. So they spent R1 billion more on salaries than was budgeted for. My question is, why was that not addressed in the adjustment budget last year to adjust the budget to a more realistic figure? There must be consequences. How can a department spend 20% more on salaries than it is given in the budget? If we are doing business on this way, we will be bankrupt within the next financial year. We cannot just say, all right, it was unauthorized, let's write it off, forget about it, let's borrow another 2 billion to make up for the difference, and we carry on as usual. That cannot be. We have to apply consequence management. People have to be held accountable for overspending by 60% of their budget, by overspending R1 billion on salaries, and just get away with that. The Freedom Front is not supporting this item. Although Impact is doing great work, we cannot support this just write-off because it is a write-off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Poor. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 2. I'm going to take a leaf out of the book of Councillor Serrani, and I'm going to state that there are communities in Johannesburg, El Dorado Park, Riverlee, Davidsonville, who are pleading with the city to write off electricity bills going back years. I just trust that this House, this Council, will be as eager to help them in those write-offs as they are to write off these ridiculous amounts contained in these reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Action SA, Councillor David Green.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on item 2, even though I mentioned what was important in the previous one. So I will just cut to the chase. Reasonable steps have not been taken to prevent irregular expenditure, which is mainly based on the non-compliance with Regulation 36. Neither were reasonable steps taken to prevent fruitful and wasteful expenditure, which is in contravention of Section 62 of the MFMA. I won't burden this council with the list of contraventions, as it is rather embarrassing for this government. The MMC mentioned implementing internal controls. However, we have personally, as Impact, seen the list of internal controls, year in and year out, and the SEM policies. But I'm sure it goes as no surprise that the SCM policies are not followed. There is no consequence management. There is a lack of on-contractor performance management, and all of this with the said internal controls. So I'll repeat myself. As a council and as a committee, we need to do better. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Green. EFF, Councillor K. Sevani.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. Once again, greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Councillor Spetlele Rasurute, the executive mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, All Progressive MMC. Speaker, as we conclude and close the month of women who fought for equal representation, land rights, and direct access to justice, as the EFF caucus, we saw it fit during this month of your celebration that stalwarts like Sophie De Bruyn, Albertina Sisulu, Mama Winnie Mandela, Helen Joseph, Lillian Ngoyi, not forgetting Helen Suzman. They must never be forgotten in our generation. And we are happy to serve in a council where we have majority of our female cadres who are taking a leading role in shaping the city of Johannesburg. I must also mention that during our early age of activism, from Region A, we are proud to have MMC Eunice Mgwina, whom we grew under their leadership when we grew up under this struggle of fighting for economic freedom in our lifetime. So all women in these council chambers, you are being celebrated and we appreciate you. The position of EFF on this matter, the position of our caucus, it doesn't change, Councillor Mbengwa. We move with that position that all those who stole from us, from the residents of City of Johannesburg, must pay back our money. And those who must be held accountable, we must do so without fear or favor. And Speaker, I must comment that as much as it is difficult to get this money, but we are doing our part to ensure that we held those that we can accountable to pay back the money. So as EFF caucus, we move with the recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Sevane. ANC, Councillor M. Mbengwa.
Madam Speaker, I greet you again, and I'm still Councillor Mbengwa. I greet everybody like I've done. So allow me to just visit the words by Professor Lumumba. He said, if you want to stop corruption, just jail one politician. Then the other talks says, it takes two to tango. Now, here it's a open field between officials and contractors. Now, let us take the words of wisdom to Professor Lumumba, who says, if you want to stop corruption in our society, jail one politician and make an example. Now, let us jail the involved official, the involved contractor, then we would have done something. Now, our submission still stands. Number one, vakuridowela. Number two, vaitolovela. Number three, bayazijwayela. Number four, baritwayela hampi. And when we start taking an action, we will see a real change. And in that submission, we are saying, this money that are involved, yes, there's billions that when we are sitting there on the MPEC, we're relevant for write-off. But this 340 million, siyayilanda, abayibuyisele mali. And I'm praying that the action should start as soon as possible. The SI must be involved. SIU must involved. We want to see that bed. Kasutu bari nonyana ela ba bijang. Nonyana ela ya dikolo tsela. Adiye ko mitseng ya batho. We are saying as this administration, we are saying as the African National Congress, there is no room for a corrupt person.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there is no room, there is no space in the African National Congress where we don't have a room for any corrupt person.
Mbengwa, let me help you a bit. Councillors, Councillor Mbengwa is still on the floor. Can we please offer him the opportunity to finish his speech?
There is no room for condoning a corruption and claim to be associated with our very principled, very organized, very principled organization from time immemorial. And we're not going to tolerate it. It's not going to happen. We are going to make sure that those who are tarnishing our name, they belong to where they belong. In the jumpsuit of orange in Sun City.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mbengwa. MMC, Councillor M. Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I just get my technology right? Thank you. Madam Speaker, internal controls remains on the agenda, as well as ensuring that Operation Clean Audit team remains focused to address issues, including legacy-related issues. Council should also note that with the implementation and the rollout of the e-procurement that will assist in an early warning system for demand of management, contract and management and other related processes. Therefore, we ask this House to note the report. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Member in charge, Councillor S. Rasirute.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and to members of MPEC Committee. Yeah, Speaker, like I said before, that these two items are both motivations. We are recommending Council to approve the recommendations as listed, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. The recommendations are on page 2.3. Is the item agreed to?
Councillor, we proceed with item 3, and item 3, and that is the request for approval to grant user rights to public transport operations within the City of Johannesburg for the usage of designated and categorized public transport facilities.
Speaker.
Councillor Telang.
Thank you, Speaker. Congratulations again on your appointment, Speaker. We must just, I don't know if we must vote on that item, because the yeses or the noes have it, but in any case, please note the dissent of the Freedom Front on that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Telange. It's noted. Action SA, Councillor T. Mabunda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, Speaker, Mr. Mayor, Fabulous 44, and fellow councillors. Special greetings to all women in this house. Action SA loves you. Speaker, as Action SA, on this item 3, we believe that this item still needs to be taken back to Section 79 because it speaks about the two departments. It speaks about the Department of Human Settlement. It speaks about Department of Transport. So it's still confusing there. We believe it must go back to Section 79 for more working on it so that we can know what we are doing on it. Thank you very much. As Action SA will reject this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabunda. ACDP, Councillor C. Voyerson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's Councillor Rolson. And congratulations on your appointment, Madam Speaker, and we wish you every blessing from the Lord. Greetings, councillors. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 3, the request for approval to grant user rights to public transport operators within the City of Johannesburg for the usage of designated and categorized public transport facilities. The ACDP supports the granting of user rights to the applicants, provided that these facilities are used with the utmost respect and are maintained in a clean, secure, and orderly manner. It is essential that those who benefit from these facilities understand the responsibility to care for them, ensuring that they remain well kept and for the benefit of all. However, we have significant concerns regarding the general attitude of certain sectors of the taxi industry towards our laws. There is a persistent disregard for legal standards, as I have personally witnessed and do personally witness on a daily basis. This attitude poses a risk to the proper management and upkeep of these facilities. Therefore, the ACDP strongly urges the city to implement robust monitoring mechanisms to ensure these facilities are consistently maintained in a clean, safe, and secure manner.
Councillor Ralston. Colleagues, Councillor is on the floor. Can we minimize with our movements in order for him to be able to deliver his speech? Chief Whip, you can continue, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The ACDP supports the item. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. PA, Councillor M. Davids.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, City Manager, and the esteemed Joburg 9 councillors under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 3, a vital initiative for our city. This initiative aims to improve our city's public transport sector by enhancing flexibility, efficiency, and economic development through user agreement. It proposes collecting user charges for developments, parking areas, and transport facilities, ensuring accountability and high-quality infrastructure. Aligned with the National Land Transport Act, these measures will streamline management, stimulate growth, and generate necessary revenue. In conclusion, I urge the Council to support granting user rights to public transport operators, enabling us to create a vibrant, efficient transportation network for all residents. Ons Baizani, salute.
Thank you, Councillor. Chief Whip. We'll move over to the EFF Councillor, Councillor A. Komani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. Speaker, as EFF, we request that this item be withdrawn and referred back to Section 79 for further deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Komani. ANC, Councillor Mavona.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to you and Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero. Greetings to all MMC of the City of Johannesburg, Chief Whip of Councillor, Councillor Zungu Manzini, Chair of Chair in absentia, and all Councillor of the City of Johannesburg. And also, Speaker, I salute the women in this month, Women's Month, and the Ketare Me Utshwara Thipa ka bohaleng. and I will draw this item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Komane. MMC, Councillor K. Kunene.
Let me greet you, Madam Speaker, and congratulations for being appointed as the Speaker of Council. Let me greet the EM, MMCs, members of councillors of the Patriotic Alliance, our Chief Whip, and our Secretary. Very beautiful ladies, like you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do not have a problem for this particular item to go to Section 79 of Economic Development. I was informed that it found expression at the Section 79 Committee of Transport, and they had agreed that it must come to Council. So I don't have a problem if it goes to Section 79 of Economic Development. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, I just need clarity because we're already busy debating the item. And we saw Councillor Mavona talking about withdrawal and MMC is talking about going back to a different committee. I just need clarity as to where we are. So we know whether, I just need some clarity. Thank you.
See, can you clarify?
Madam Speaker, there's a proposal, if not two, that this item be suspended for now and go back to Section 79 of Economic Development. That is what I am responding to. I'm not responding to the withdrawal. I think it's a question of language. But what I'm saying is there are two proposals, and I'm saying I accept those proposals, and therefore we can then suspend the item until it has found expression at the Section 79 committee. Thank you.
Councillors, we're going to take a 5-minute break on this particular matter and just deliberate with legal. Thank you. Councillors, I've been advised by legal, MMC Kunini, you cannot suspend this item, you can withdraw it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I withdraw the item so that it can serve at the relevant committee, and then we'll bring it back. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Echo Zongoko.
Well done.
Councillor Belinda, I tried, eh? I
Well
tried.
done. Madam Speaker, I just want to bring to your attention that we have concluded the debate on this item. So it's a very bad precedent we are setting, that it's now a new precedent that we finish debating reports and then withdraw it. I just want to put it on record that the Democratic Alliance don't agree with this new precedent that are being set. Thank you so much.
Councillor Christians, you're sorted. They have indicated that it should go to section 79. So let's allow them to follow process so it can go to that relevant section 79 committee. Councillor Christians, you can come in.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, a similar issue like this happened in the previous term. And once the issue has been tabled by the executive and has been debated, it now becomes the ownership of this House. And it's only the House that can decide whether it goes through, not the MMC anymore. So you have to put this to the House, whether they want it to go to a committee or not. Thank you.
Councillor Christians, I've been advised that the House has not adopted this. It was a request. Councillor, I can come in. Nonkumbi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think even if you can listen to the previous speakers that have spoken on this matter, they make it very clear to say this matter should be suspended, including the MMC of Transport. He ended up trying to clarify the same issue to say it should go back. So you can look at speakers that have spoken on the matter. And if we want to test the House with regard to this matter, let it be, so that we close this subject. As we're closing by saying this matter is suspended, go back to section 79, it will come back again. Simple as that. I thank you.
Colleagues, I will allow the MMC, Councillor Kunene, to refer this particular item to the Section 79 committee. Secretary of Council, we can continue.
Councillors, we are now on item 4, and that is the progress report on the implementation of Rea Vaya Phase 1C Sub A and request to negotiate and operate Rea Vaya Phase 1. Okay, sorry, Councillors. Once again, item 4, we are on progress report on the implementation of Rea Vaya Phase 1 Sub A and request to negotiate and operate Rea Vaya Phase 1 Sub A on the interim bus operating contract agreement on cost recovery basis for a period of 2 consecutive years, as well as request to amend the bus operating company agreement through MFMA Section 116 subsection 3 process.
Action SA, Councillor T. Mabunda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greeting against to you, Mayor, MMCs, fellow councillors. Today is Action SA's birthday. Happy birthday to Action SA. Speaker, as Action SA, we believe now is the right time for people of Alexander and other places to benefit on what the city is providing to them. So as Action SA, we approve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabunda. ANC, Councillor Mavona.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. I greet Councillor, Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, and all protocol observed. I will talk about item 4. We support the recommendations so that our community can get the services they long waited for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. PA, Councillor T. Doyle.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance team led by Councillor Kunene, our Chief Whip, our City Manager, Mr. Brink, all protocol observed. Madam Speaker, as a city and a country, we are faced with great challenges, but I believe we have great and capable leaders to help us overcome these challenges. After studying the progress report, item 4, we can have hope, knowing that great progress is made so far. At the same time, let us make sure everything is above board, because majority of our residents in the city is depending on affordable transport, and I will agree with my fellow councillors who just spoke now. It's now time for the people of Alex to be served. I believe they are residents of the city of Joburg, and we are called to serve them. The saying goes that Rome wasn't built in one day. So to the MMC of Transport and your team, under the current circumstances, well done MMC, and let us continue to build our city together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Doyle. EFF, Councillor A. Komani.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our Honorable Speaker, esteemed Mayor, our caucus leader, Spetlele Rasiruta, EFF caucus whip, Tabisa Mohapi, distinguished guests in the gallery and beloved residents of the city who follow these proceedings in all media platforms. I would also like to acknowledge the battalions of the Red Brigade who are here to represent the aspirations of the marginalized majority. Speaker, I want to emphasize that I am intentionally using the word marginalized instead of previously marginalized, as some want to hear, some may want to hear. This is because it is challenging to differentiate between today and the days when the DA was still called DP, sitting in the opposition benches of apartheid. For instance, Speaker, the same bucket system toilets used back then are still being used today, but only meant for Africans and not any other. Madam Speaker, in item 4, the EFF expresses concern over the city's transport department's plan to negotiate and start the Rea Vaya Phase 1CA operations on the interim bus operating contract agreement, IBOCA, through a cost recovery basis for a period not exceeding 2 years, while the newly formed Alexander Bus Company, ABC, concludes the purchase of delivery of 141 buses as per the initially signed bus operating contract agreement, BOCA. This initiative is long overdue, Speaker, and one can only hope that the Alexander Bus Company is not contaminated by greedy and corrupt politicians who might want to fill up their tummies quicker than the bus terminals are filled with commuters. We know that there are reliable men and women in Alexander Randburg Midrand Sandton Taxi Association, AMSTRA, as well as in the Alexander Taxi Association, ATA, who have the capacity to run a smooth operation. Therefore, Speaker, the EFF recommends that the following be taken into account as we approve. Firstly, let this initiative benefit the poor men and women who started this industry from humble beginnings when it was not as nice as it is today, given the hardships they faced in the past. Secondly, the residents of the northeastern locations have been waiting for the city to provide them with a reliable, sustainable, cost-effective, and quality mode of transport to ferry them to and fro their various workstations. We hope that this project can be implemented as soon as it is reasonably possible, as every passing day means more dilapidation and rust accumulate on the infrastructure before it can begin to operate. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Komane. MMC, Councillor K. Kunene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you call my name, K. Kunene, you remind me of somebody with the same initials as me, one of the African legends, Kenneth Kaunda, my namesake. I have the opportunity of meeting him, and we were very excited about sharing the initials KK. And we spoke about the challenges facing Africa and South Africa in particular. Madam Speaker, I want to note and thank all the parties that are supporting this particular item. It is long overdue. But it was beyond us. the process of setting up a BRT company, the process of sourcing buses, it's a very lengthy process. And that is why we have decided that since they've given away their taxis, we must then come up with an interim way of generating revenue for them and the city. And I appreciate that all the parties are approving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 4.7. Is the item agreed to?
Councillors, we are now on item 5, and that is deviation from the approved Rea Vaya BRT bus specifications to enable Trans to operate 45 conventional buses during the business rescue process. Sorry.
Action SA, Councillor T. Mabunda.
Thank you again, Speaker. Greeting to you, Mayor, Fabulous 44, and fellow councillors. Mr. Mayor, we are human beings. Sometimes we can say something which we don't mean. You are forgiven. Speaker, as Action SA, we are concerned about the safety of our commuters in these 44 buses. These buses do not meet a specification of BRT standards, as their doors are on the opposite side of the bus station. This poses a risk to the passengers. However, after having a chat with the BRP, which came to rescue a struggling, dying Trans, we are giving them a benefit of the doubt. We understand that extra buses will be used to minimize a long waiting time for the commuters. As Action SA, we approve the report and highlights our concern and urge the city for a proper safety measures to be put in place. Nakens.
Thank you, Councillor Mabunda. ANC, Councillor Mavona.
Thank you, Speaker of Council, Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu Manzini, all councillors of the City of Johannesburg. Okay, I rise to speak on the transport item 5. Deviation from the approved Rea Vaya bus specification to enable Trans to operate 45 conventional buses during the buses rescue process. For the sake of the progress and not depriving our residents of transport service, we support the item to have an item solution while waiting for the procurement of the specific buses. As NC Caucus, we support the item with all its recommendations. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Councillor Mavona. PA, Councillor P. Mukwena.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, City Manager, PA councillors under the capable leadership of MMC, Kenny Kunene, fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, I rise on item number 5. Madam Speaker, this item requests the council approval for Biotrust to operate 45 conventional buses while it recovers from financial difficulties, avoiding a shutdown that would harm its 199 investors. The city has initiated a plan to quickly repair and improve the Biotrust 145 buses fleet. Currently, 50 out of 115 needed buses are running daily after fixing 40 that had issues. The goal was to reach 90 operational buses by June 2024. But due to lack of certified buses using conventional one is necessary. This 45 new buses will connect to 3 of the 48 Reavaya stations, similar to the successful plan during COVID-19. Additionally, the bus rescue practitioner has submitted a strategy to the city's transport to improve the efficiency of conventional services. Key elements included repairing and recommissioning 50 buses for Reavaya services by the end of February 2024. The goal that was achieved on the 26th of February 2024. Leasing 45 conventional buses for Reavaya, feeder, and C2 supplementary services. Installing destination board and monitoring system on the buses for passengers' safety and operational monitoring. Madam Speaker, it is crucial to ensure Biotrust continue operating, allowing citizens of Johannesburg to keep their jobs and maintaining essential transport services. Once Paisani, salute.
Thank you, Councillor Mokoena. EFF, Councillor A. Koman.
Ke go leboge gape seboleledi sa lekgotla. Seswana se re madume ga fele. In item 5, Speaker, the EFF notes with approval that the business rescue practitioners have conducted regular interval repairs and maintenance on 40 buses that had mechanical problems, and they are now operational. Additionally, a total of 50 buses are currently operating on the roads daily, relative to the required 115 buses. However, before tackling the matter of leasing 45 conventional buses as a temporary measure, Madam Speaker, we need a clarity on the BRP's progress towards its targets of meeting the 90 buses by June 2024, as it is now end of August. The EFF approves with the understanding that seeks clarification on whether the target has been met, what progress has been made towards it, and any obstacles encountered. Ke a go leboga Semolong.
Thank you, Councillor Komane. MMC, Councillor K. Kunen.
Bye, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm again excited that all the parties are approving this report. Councillor Mokoena took all my words. He went into detail that was very necessary to give background as to why this exercise is necessary. 299 families' lives are at stake. And these 45 buses are just going to be feeder buses. They are not going to pose any risk to the passengers, as they will just be delivering at the bus stations of Reavaya. They are not going to use the routes themselves nor go to the stations. It is a milestone, and I think the councillors must be proud of themselves that at least now the livelihood of 299 families is going to be rescued. The BRP has done an excellent work. He has come to present at the Section 79 committee, detailed, got questions, explained himself properly, as he was appointed by the High Court, not Kenny Kunene. And we are very glad that we are getting somewhere. This will go a long way in ensuring that Biotrans generate enough revenue and at the end of the day buy compliant buses as per the BOCA. Salute, Jele Paisani. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendation is on page 5.4. Is the item agreed to? Councillor, you can come through.
E re ke go leboge wena motsamaisa dipuisano tsa go tsa lekgotla go mpha sebaka mmarona wena motsamaisa dipuisano ka boikokobetso bogolo re kopa metsotso e kana le 10 go ra le kgang e masisi re go inguna ko ntle ke a leboga.
Councillor Nkonko, I will grant you the 10 minutes. We'll be back at 12:25. Plate it's ZJG3366GP. Please remove your car. Councillor Nkonko, please report back.
go menagane ka gore ha metsotso le sebaka wena ngwana wa mmala wa sebilo mma rona motsamaiso dipuisano tsa kgotla mo kgweding eno ya Phatwe kgwedi ya bonngwe o bontshitse ebile go a bonagala gore mma ngwana o itshwara ka thipa ka fa bogaleng re lebogile go menagane re ipile re siame ebile re kgotsofetse ka mahoko a botswalo mme re a go leboga ke buisa marapo go wena thank you.
Councillors, we are now on item 6, and that's submission of signed performance agreement of city manager and managers directly accountable to the city manager, and that's section 57 managers for the financial year 2024-25.
Councillors, can you settle down? There's a bit of noise. ACTP, Councillor N. Mkonza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom to you. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in three persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit, the creator of the heavens and the earth. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to all councillors, ACDP constituents, and the residents of our beloved city of Johannesburg. I greet you all in the name of our Lord and Savior, eternal King Jesus, the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, I stand here to speak on item 6, performance agreement of section 57 managers. Allow me to first quote my guiding manual, the Holy Bible. If you work hard, you will have plenty. If you do nothing but talk, you will have not enough. Proverbs 14:23. The persistent service delivery challenges stem from a lack of effective implementation, which is a direct reflection on the responsibilities of our administrators and entities. It is imperative that we treat performance agreements and service delivery and budget implementation plans as DBIPs with utmost seriousness. This should not be reduced to a mere compliance exercise under Section 57 and performance management regulations. Instead, we must enforce strict consequence management to ensure accountability. We believe that the current target set for good governance, particularly for the city manager, should be more ambitious. Achieving a clean audit outcome should be our standard, rather than settling for an unqualified audit opinion. It's crucial that we move beyond a survival mindset and strive for excellence in governance. We also have concerns regarding fiscal viability and management. The target for revenue collection should be set at a minimum of 93%, as the current 88.5% is insufficient. Fiscal responsibility is non-negotiable, and we must set our expectations accordingly. To both the city manager and the executive mayor, decisive action must be taken in instances of misappropriations of funds or non-performance. We cannot afford to have managers who are merely placeholders, signing off on documents without conducting thorough due diligence. We call on all our administrators and entities to prioritize the implementation of council programs and projects that will enhance service delivery to restore the dignity of our communities. The successful implementation of the DDM is something we eagerly anticipate, as it holds the potential to significantly improve the service delivery. God bless and protect Africa, especially the people of Sudan. We continue to pray for the shalom peace of Jerusalem, the people in Gaza and surrounding areas, and the resilient people of Israel, as we declare Jeremiah 1:19, they will fight against you, but they shall not prevail, for the Lord is with you. Shalom, shalom.
Thank you, Councillor Mkonza. DA, Councillor D. Foley.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise on item 6, which is the submission of signed performance agreements of the city manager and the managers directly accountable to the city manager, sections 57 managers for the financial year 2024-2025. Performance management is key to any successful organization, and it starts with defining key performance indicators which need to be aligned to the job description. They need to be specific, provide a clear and detailed description of what needs to be achieved, measurable. This must be a quantifiable metric with a target that evaluates success. Achievable, set a challenging target, but keep it in scope. Relevant, clarify that your objective goal KPI is relevant to the city manager or section 57 manager, apologies. And then time bound. This is a deadline when the objective goal KPI will be completed. With any performance management system interaction, and regular sessions need to be held to track the progress at least quarterly to ensure progress is being made to achieve the KPIs at the end of the performance cycle. If this is not done and documented on the various systems and only done once a year, the value to the employer and the employee will lack any substance of the performance agreement. If changes are required based on operational factors, this must be agreed by both parties and performance management agreement is updated accordingly. If management see the employee is not making progress during the quarterly sessions or related instance, intervention is required either through mentoring, training, or other supportive measures. Consequent management is key to holding the city manager and the Section 57 managers accountable to ensure the success of the city. The relevant disciplinary process needs to be applied for non-compliance and non-performance. We implore that all processes are transparent and the proper good governance is applied. These performance agreements are well overdue, and the DA expects the city manager to lead by example so his team can collectively achieve the goals of all departments to make the city of Joburg a success. If not, the performance agreements are null and void and do not add any value to the residents of the city of Joburg. As a Democratic Alliance, we welcome the signed performance agreements and will hold the city manager and the Section 57 managers accountable to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor C. Boo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Freedom Front welcome this performance agreement. It's a way of measuring the performance of people, and we have to reward people for excellent work. This is only a starting point. I want to emphasize and read from the Municipal System Act, also Section 57, paragraph 4B. And this is very, very important. It doesn't help to have a performance agreement and there's no further implications. Section 4B says bonuses based on performance may be awarded to a municipal manager or a manager directly accountable to the municipal manager after the end of the financial year and only after an evaluation of performance and approval of such evaluation by the municipal council concerned. So this council has in all cases perform and say, yes, the performance report is right and we approve the performance bonuses, and we have to keep that in mind. Having said that, in the performance agreement, paragraph 9.2, it says there that a performance bonus not exceeding 14% may be paid to the city manager in recognition of outstanding performances. My question is 14% of what? Is that 14% of his annual salary? Is it 14% of the city budget? Or what is this 14%? We have to specify 14% of what? And then it says for rewarding of exceeding and outstanding performances. If you look at those KPIs currently, one of the indicators is that 88,000 children under the age of 1 year must be immunized. Is that a target for a city manager? Another target is that 120,000 people must apply for ESP. Is that a target for a city manager? The more people apply for ESP, the bigger the performance is. It is a shame. We must rather say the less people apply for ESP, the better the performance, because then at least our residents are able to be able to pay for their own services. One of the KPIs is wrong. It says 1.3 on page 16, the percentage of
30
interest
seconds
expense to total expenditure ratio must be 7%. That is the target, but the actual target goes about billing performance and collection performance. The targets are set way too low, and we as a Freedom Fund ask that this report be withdrawn as well. You've set a precedence withdrawn this report because the recommendation says that the city manager conclude and sign performance agreements of the city manager. Those agreements are already signed, so we are not a rubber stamp.
Your time is up. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Poole. EFF, Councillor P. Ntlapo.
Thank you, Speaker. Point of correction, it's not P. Ntlapo, it's DL Baloyi that will be debating on this item. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet the chairperson and the chief whip of the mighty EFF, you Speaker of the Council, our mayor and all your executive committee members that are sitting at an African table right now. All councillors representing an African child, and all our guests with us and those that are watching from the social media. I rise on item number 6. Speaker, the issue of performance agreement is of concern to us as economic freedom fighters. As we have seen and heard it even today, wasteful expenditure emanate from poor performance. We are happy to allow the city manager to conclude and sign the performance agreement. We are not going to debate on that. It's a peculiar thing. We've been debating about this in several reports that we received before. This is the time where we say, city manager, this is your role. Take us through. Train, sign this agreement so that our managers can be competent. We are not going to accept to lose and continue losing money. To see managers buying things they're not supposed to buy, paying people they're not supposed to pay. This is the end. And this signing of this by you, city manager, and concluding on it will enhance our managers in the city and empower them with the knowledge. We'll have one-to-one. We'll have scorecard that will enable all these people to be empowered as we are looking at the city to be one of the best African city around the world. We therefore approve all the recommendations tabled in these reports. Aluta continua.
Apologies about that, Councillor Baloyi. We'll move over to ANC, Councillor F. Ngwenya.
Honorable Speaker of Council, Councillor Mthembu, esteemed caucus leader of the ANC and Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero, distinguished members of the Mayoral Committee, respected Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, all chairpersons of Section 79 oversight committees, fellow councillors, and the beloved residents of Johannesburg. Speaker, today as we convene, I stand before you to speak on item 6, which speaks to the submission of performance agreements of the city manager and the managers that are directly accountable to the city manager for the financial year 2024 till 2025. Speaker, this document is not merely a sequence of objectives. It is a manifesto of expectations, a blueprint for every departmental manager to internalize their significant role in the grand vision of building not just a city, but a world-class African city. Speaker, with these performance agreements in place, we are issuing a clarion call for the direction and accountability. They serve as a compass that will guide each department towards measurable achievements, instilling a sense of purpose and direction in our march towards progress. Speaker, it is the essence of these functions that will better our city, ensuring that it flourishes for all its citizens, propelling us on the path to realizing a city that resonates with our collective aspirations and embodies the dynamic spirit of Johannesburg. Speaker, as the torchbearers of local unity, we, the government, are bound by more than duty but by a collective responsibility. Speaker, we welcome the insightful report, and not just with open arms, but with minds that are eager to act. We trust that its implementation will significantly enhance our city's governance and service delivery, leading to unparalleled improvement for every resident who calls Johannesburg home. Speaker, as we embark on this journey, let's remind ourselves that our role extends beyond the boundaries of mere management. We are the creators of hope and the custodians of our city's potential. Let our actions and decisions reflect the wisdom, diligence, and foresight necessary to propel Johannesburg towards a future brimming with opportunities and prosperity. In closing, Speaker, I urge all members, leaders, and stakeholders present to endorse these agreements with a sense of pride and responsibility. Let's work together to build a Johannesburg that stands as a beacon of excellence and a testament to what we can achieve through unity and unwavering commitment. We also urge these managers to be people-orientated for the betterment of service delivery. As the ANC Speaker, we note and agree with these recommendations. I thank you.
Siyabonga Councillor Ngwenya, MMC Councillor L. Masogu.
Speaker.
Before you, MMC, I'd like to allow Councillor Delanga to come through.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, we asked in mid-debate that this report be referred back. We did it with the previous one. We're asking before the MMC speaks, there's this report to be referred back, and I think Councillor Brew made it very clear that this comes already signed, sealed, and delivered without council approval or through the Section 79. Will you then grant us the same as the previous, that this report be referred back for consideration? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Delanga. Let's wait for the MMC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate that these are performance agreements that are being presented actually in accordance with the legislation and the performance management policy framework of the City of Johannesburg. And that process, Madam Speaker, it's very clear that it's performance agreements that are for the financial year 24-25 in line with MFMA number 56 of 2003. So the accountability framework that Councillor Mkonza is talking about is mentioned there. So he is correct in his assertions because it we are also obliged to make sure that it encompasses the scorecard development and an assessment focus and an alignment process to also evaluate and assess if there's non-performance, which then also covers Councillor Foley's point when he spoke about making sure the KPIs are clear. And we've been very clear in the Mayoral Committee about smart KPIs, KPIs that are actually going to have clear and clear deliverables, as well as have an impact in terms of service delivery, as well as consequence management, of which I think we've hampered a lot about it, and all committees in our city speak about it. But Madam Speaker, I think it is incorrect for a councillor to want to take performance agreements to a Section 79. The delegations don't work like that. And I would have thought that councillors would know and understand how delegations of council works and the role of the executive mayor and the panel. Councillor Boer, through you, Madam Speaker, also spoke about the assessment, which of course an assessment can only be done in the outer year. So we were busy with the assessment for 22-23, which is chaired by the executive mayor. There's an evaluation panel which is chaired by the executive mayor and has got an external executive mayor from another municipality. That performance evaluation panel includes the chairperson of GPAC and the member of the mayoral committee from Group Corporate and Shared Services. That same panel, Madam Speaker, includes a ward councillor as stipulated in the legislation. But we are not there yet. That assessment process is still going to come because it must still go to GPAC. GPAC must approve that evaluation of the then acting city manager, Mr. Maduka, and then the acting city manager, Mr. Brink. But we are not there. We are here to submit performance assessment for us to be able to hold this current city manager and these current Section 56 managers accountable. Once GPAC takes the report to mayoral, mayoral is obliged by legislation to bring the performance evaluation to council for approval. So it just doesn't stop there. But that's not the purpose of this report. This report is to bring to council for us to approve, just for us to be able to say, these are performance agreements in line with the SDBIP, in line with what we want the city to deliver for the residents of Johannesburg. And we ask council to approve this report. Thank you.
Councillor Paul. The recommendation are on page 6.7 is the item agreed to. Is it agreed or what? Okay, I'm going to repeat this one. Is the item agreed on? The yeses have it. Councillor Pelinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we request for the division of the House? I don't believe that was very clear. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Pelinda, let's deal with all the councillors that support the item with a show of hands. It's obvious. All the yeses can drop their hands. Can all those who are against this item raise their hands? You can drop your hands, colleagues. All those who are abstaining can raise their hands. Councillor Takam, are you abstaining? Thank you. Councillors, we have the numbers. No one abstained. Councillors who are for this particular item is 176. Councillors against this item is only 68. Therefore, the item carries. Councillor Paul.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We just want to make clear that the Freedom Fund does not support this item. We will not vote for an item that is already signed off. We cannot approve this. Thank you.
Councillor Paul, we've noted your no in the voting. Councillor Christian, is it a point of order? You can come through, it's fine.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise in terms of Rule 84. Can the DA please have his dissent noted in the record? Thank you.
Councillor Christians, your dissent is noted.
Councillors, we are now on item 7, and that is tabling of the 2025-26 Integrated Development Plan, Budget, Performance Monitoring and Reporting Process Plan.
ACDP, Councillor R. Harris.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker, everybody in the House. I rise to speak to item 7, the tabling of the 2025-2026 Integrated Development Plan, Budget Performance Monitoring and Reporting Process Plan. They say in the classics that the height of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. I think the entire process that we are going to be agreeing on today is a process that happens year in and year out. We have the public come to these meetings and talk about community-based requirements. We have councillors come and present their requirements for CapEx projects. And at the end of the day, it's the Budget Steering Committee that's going to determine who gets what, when, and where. I appeal on behalf of Region B specifically, the most depressed part of it, because we in the same region with Bryanston and Houghton and Randburg, but the Westbury, Newclay, Coronationville, Bosmont, Riverlea, Pennyville areas are seriously depressed. And yet these areas are consistently overlooked at every IDP meeting. You cannot expect us, Madam Speaker, and officials involved as councillors to speak on behalf of residents, and at the end of the process they get absolutely nothing. And they'll come back pleading and begging and crying, and we're going to see this time around when the process starts, you are going to see communities up in arms fighting, saying that we've been pleading for swimming pools, we've been pleading for multi-purpose centers, libraries, high-mast electricity, and yet we get absolutely nothing. So through this process, whilst we're satisfying the requirements of the Municipal Structures Act, whilst we're satisfying the requirements of the MEC for COCTA to get a report from us, and for National Treasury and Provincial Treasury to get a report from us, we need to start thinking about our communities and the demands and the requirements that they are having, rather than satisfying bureaucratic checkboxes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. DA, Councillor S. Rambani.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Democratic Alliance notes the report. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Councillor. PA, Councillor D. Vilskat.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, Joburg 9 councillors, under the capable leadership of MMC Kenny Kunene. I rise to address item 7, highlighting the importance of an integrated approach to the project at hand. It's crucial to emphasize to the residents of Johannesburg the importance of attending the annual IDP sessions and making submissions. Unfortunately, recent IDP sessions have seen a low turnout. As the PA, we remain committed to collaborating with all departments to achieve our long-term goals for the residents of Johannesburg. Thank you, Speaker. We acknowledge your report. Salute ons baie Zani.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor N. Radebe.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to everyone. The EFF agrees to the 3 recommendations, Speaker. It is noted.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, Councillor M. Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker, and good morning, good afternoon once again. Just to know the inputs and the focuses on continuous improvement regarding public participation, the executive will be available for any other processes, especially processes that are convened by legislature. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Yes. The recommendation are on page 7.9. Is the item agreed to? The yeses have it.
Councillors, we are now on item 8, and those are changes in the membership of the various Section 79 committees.
Chief Whip of Council, Councillor Zulu.
Greetings to yourself, Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, Councillor Dada Morero. Greetings to the MMCs. Greetings to the ANC caucus, the chairpersons, and all councillors. Speaker, I rise to table the report in terms of the change of membership. And I request the council to note the report. Thank you.
The recommendation is on page 8.2. Is the item agreed to? The yeses have it.
Councillors, we resume with item 6, and that is the election of the Chair of Chairs in terms of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. And 6.1 is an election of the chairpersons of the following Section 79 committees in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. And that's the chairperson for Environment, Infrastructure and Services, chairperson for Finance, chairperson for Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities, chairperson for the Oversight Committee on Governance, chairperson for the Oversight Committee on the Legislature.
Councillors, please note that the election of the Chair of Chair will be done in accordance with Rule 22 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In this instance, voting shall be done by a show of hands on the basis that the aforesaid positions are not part of Schedule 3 to the Municipality Act 1998. The procedure set out in the schedule applies whenever a municipal council sits to elect a speaker, an executive mayor, a deputy executive mayor, a mayor or a deputy mayor, or the whip of council. I have issued nomination forms to all political party whips for political parties to submit nomination for the position of the Chair of Chairs. I have received 2 nominations, and such is from Councillor B. Dami, seconded by Councillor N. Mazibugo, nominating Councillor A. Marema. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor N. Rain, seconded by Councillor V. Reddy, nominating Councillor A. Christians. The forms have been correctly filled and accordingly signed by the proposers. Seconders and nominees, I will now allow proposers, seconders, and the nominees to please read out the nomination and acceptance respectively for record purpose. We will start with Councillor Dami, followed by Councillor Mazibuko, then Councillor Marema. Thereafter, Councillor Rain, followed by Councillor Reddy, then Councillor Christian. In that order, please. Who's the first one? Councillor Dami? Is Councillor Dami in the house? There. Oh.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Good afternoon. From African National Congress, Speaker, I, Councillor Brenda Happy Dami, hereby nominate Councillor Adolf Marema for the position of Chairperson of Committee of Chairpersons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dami. Can the second Councillor Mazibuko?
I, Councillor Nompumelelo Mazibuko, seconds the nomination.
Councillor Marema?
I, Councillor Adolf Marema, accept the nomination.
We'll move over to the second nomination form. Councillor Rain?
Ron.
Morning, Madam Speaker. Thank you. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, hereby nominate Councillor Alex Christians for the position of Chairperson of the Committee of Chairpersons, Chair of Chairs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ran. Seconded by Councillor Reddy.
Hi, good day, Madam Chair. Hi, Councillor Vinodran Magambaram Reddy, hereby second Councillor Alex Christians for Chair of Chairs.
There you go, full name. Excellent. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Alex Christians, hereby accept nomination for the position of Chair of Chairs in the City of Johannesburg.
Councillors, at this point, we are going to start voting by a show of hands. We are going to start voting for the name of Councillor Marema. Those in support of that nomination, please raise your hands.
Tata, son of the hunter, Tata.
Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. Those in support of the name of Councillor Christians, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands. Thank you. Please give us a few moments for us to consolidate. All those who want to abstain, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. You can drop your hands. In terms of the votes, Councillor Marema received 173 votes. Councillor Christians received 68 votes. Councillors, let's hold our excitement. We are not done. Councillors, let's hold our excitement. We are not done. We have 7 councillors that abstained from the voting process. Therefore, Councillor Adolf Marema is duly elected as the chair of chair. Congratulations, Councillor.
Councillors, we are now on the elections of the chairperson for Environment, Infrastructure and Services.
Councillors, I have received 2 nominations, and as such is from Councillor T. Mhlongo, seconded by Councillor Z. Libatlang, nominating Councillor V. Munyai. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor Ran, seconded by Councillor M. Kukumur. Yay. Nominating Councillor N. van Dijk. The forms have been correctly filled and accordingly signed by the proposers, seconders, and nominees. I will now allow proposers, seconders, and nominees to please read out the nominations and accept respectively for records purposes. We will start with Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Mhlongo. Protocol, do we have a roaring mic? Councillors, please switch your mics off. There's a mic that's on there, that side. Thank you, Councillor Nkonza.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to yourself, and congratulations to you once more for becoming the Speaker of the City of Johannesburg. I, Themba Obrimhlongo, nominate Councillor Munyai to be the chairperson of the EISD in the City of Johannesburg, Section 79. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mhlongo. Councillor Libatlang.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Zach Libatlang, second the nomination of Councillor Munyai. Thank you very much.
Councillor Munyai.
Black one. Nolibuwa Bushpikara, Nenga Zinandifengani, Isau Munyai, hereby accept the nomination. Thanks.
We'll move over to the second nomination, Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, hereby nominate Councillor Nicole Yanita van Dijk for the position of Chairperson for the Section 79 Environment, Infrastructure and Services Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kukemur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Kukumur, hereby second the nomination for Councillor Nikki van Dijk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you, Speaker. I hereby accept the nomination with honour. Thank you.
At this point, we are going to start voting by show of hands. We are going to start voting for the name of Councillor Munyai. Those in support of that nomination, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. You can drop your hands. Those in support of the name of Councillor Van Dijk, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, colleagues. All those who are abstaining from this voting process, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, colleagues. We're still consolidating the results. Colleagues, in terms of the votes, we have 4 councillors that decided to abstain from the voting process. Councillor Van Dijk received 64 votes. Councillor Vengani Munyai received 177 votes.
The negotiations.
Therefore, Councillor Munyai is duly elected as the chairperson of the Environment, Infrastructure and Services Committee. Congratulations, Councillor Munyai.
Councillors, we are now on the election for a chairperson for Finance Committee.
I have received 2 nominations, and such is from Councillor T. Nkonko, seconded by Councillor Abdul, nominating Councillor M. Edward. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor Ran, seconded by Councillor Sudabi, nominating Councillor Santana. These forms have been correctly filled, and I will now allow proposers, seconders, and nominees to please read out the nomination and acceptance for record purposes. We will start with Councillor Nkonko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Mo Africa, Tebogo Nkoko, noble son of the soil, the conqueror of British Empire, the destroyer of settler colonialism, hereby nominate Councillor Mpumelo Edward to be chairperson of finance. Is really true.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Abdul.
Good afternoon, fellow councillors. Speaker, I, Fatima Abdul, hereby second the nomination of Councillor Edward as chairperson of the Department of Finances.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. I, Nompumelelo Edward, accept the nomination for the position of chairperson of Section 79 Finance Committee.
We'll move over to the second nomination form. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, hereby nominate Councillor Christopher Glenn Santana for the position of chairperson of the Section 79 Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sudabe.
Thank you, Chairperson. I, Councillor Julie Sadabi, hereby second the nomination of Councillor Christopher Glenn Santana for the position of chairperson of the Finance Section 79 Committee.
Yes, yes, yes!
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Christopher Glenn Santana, hereby accept the nomination for the position of chairperson of finance. Thank you.
At this point, we are going to start voting by show of hands. We are going to start voting for the name of Councillor Edward. Those in support of that nomination, please raise your hands. Okay. You can drop your hands. Thank you, colleagues.
I don't know.
Those in support of the name of Councillor Santana, please raise your hands.
Lunch bar hoseng.
Sugar, ne?
Sharp.
And I feel because we're really late. Butua however is in charge that side. In charge of what? The spokesperson. It's a prostitute. It's noisy when it is.
Okay. You can drop your hands, colleagues. All those who are abstaining, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. You can drop your hands while we are finalizing the numbers. In terms of the votes, we have 7 councillors that abstained from the voting process. For Councillor Santana, you received 63 votes. Councillor Mpumi Edward, you received 173 votes. Therefore, Councillor Mpumi Edward is duly elected as the chairperson of the Finance Committee. Congratulations, Councillor Edward.
Councillors, we proceed with the election of the chairpersons for gender, youth, and people with disabilities.
I have received 2 nominations, and as such is from Councillor F. Abdul, seconded by Councillor L. Magwenchu, nominating Councillor M. Cook. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor Ran, seconded by Councillor D. Steenkamp, nominating Councillor E. Huguet. The forms have been correctly filled. I will now allow proposers, seconders, and nominees to please read out the nomination and acceptance for record purposes. We will start with Councillor Abdul.
Madam Speaker, I, Fatima Abdul, withdraw my nomination. Thank you.
Followed by Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. Since it has been withdrawn, I'm aligned with the withdrawal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Magwenchu. Then we'll go, this means we only have one nomination. Okay. But Democratic Alliance, you must wait for my announcement. How? Eh? We don't even know if the councillor accepted it, the nomination. Can we follow process as advised by legal? Councillor Ran, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, hereby nominate Councillor Eleanor Ann Huggett for the position of Chairperson of the Oversight Committee for Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, followed by Councillor Steenkamp.
I, Devin Steenkamp, seconds the nomination for Eleanor Ann Huggett for the position of the Chairperson of the Oversight Committee on Gender, Youth and People with Disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Then we'll move on to Councillor Huggett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hereby accept the nomination.
Councillor Huggett, since we have only one nomination form, you are the newly elected, or you are the newly elected GOD chairperson. Wow.
Councillors, we are now on elections of the chairperson for Oversight Committee on Governance.
I have received two nominations, and as such is from Councillor T. Mhlongo, seconded by Councillor T. Nkonko, nominating Councillor L. Magwenchu. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor N. Van, seconded by Councillor C. Fari, nominating Councillor K. Wex. The forms have been correctly filled. I will now allow proposers, seconders, and nominees to please read out the nomination and acceptance for record purposes. We'll start with Councillor Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon once again. Madam Speaker, I, Councillor Themba Oprim Mhlongo, hereby nominates Councillor Lubabalo Magwenchu for the position of chairperson of the committee, what is it? On governance, sorry, section 79, yes, committee on governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkonko.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Mwafrika, Tebogo Nkoko, noble son of King Soil, the conqueror of British Empire, the destroyer of settler domination, Israeli too, hereby second the nomination of Councillor El Magwenchu to be chairperson of governance, Israeli too.
Councillor Magwenchu.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Lubabalo Magwenchu, the servant of the people, accept the nomination.
Thank you, Councillor. Thereafter, Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, hereby nominate Dr. Kevin Patrick Wax for the position of Chairperson of the Oversight Committee on Governance.
Thank you, Councillor, followed by Councillor Forishaw.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Chantal Fourie-Shaw, hereby nominate Dr. Kevin Patrick Wax for the position of Chairperson on the Oversight Committee on Governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to make sure that I read this correctly, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Dr. Kevin Patrick Wax, a proud South African and a member of the First Nation of this country, graciously and humbly accept this nomination. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wax. At this point, we are going to start voting by show of hands. We are going to start voting for the name of Councillor Magwenchu. Those in support of that nomination, please raise your hands. Oh, what's the last one? Hey, I'm telling you. You can drop your hands, colleagues. Thank you. Those in support of Councillor Wax, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, colleagues. All those who are deciding to abstain from this voting process, please raise your hands. Please drop your hands while we wait for the results. In terms of the votes, we have 4 councillors that abstained from the voting process. Councillor Wax received 66 votes. Councillor Magwenchu received 171 votes. Councillor Magwenchu is duly elected as the chairperson of the Oversight Committee on Governance. Congratulations, Councillor Magwenchu.
Councillors, lastly, we have the elections of the chairperson for the Oversight Committee on the Legislation.
I have received 2 nominations, and as such is from Councillor L. Simons, seconded by Councillor Caldine, nominating Councillor D. Ponsabay. The second nomination is proposed by Councillor Ran, seconded by Councillor L. Mpefo, nominating Councillor T. Chulak. The forms have been correctly filled and accordingly signed by the proposer, the seconder, and the nominees. I will now allow the proposer, the seconders, and nominees to please read out the nomination and accept for record purposes. We will start with Councillor Simonse.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I, Lois Kathleen Simonsa, nominate Dwayne Aiden Ponsonby to be the chairperson for Oversight Committee of the Legislature.
Thank you, Councillor. Followed by Councillor Caldine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I, Councillor Joera Caldine, second the nomination of Councillor Dwayne Adipops Aiden Ponsonby for the chairperson of Oversight Committee on the Legislature, OCO. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ponsonby.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Dwayne Aiden Ponsonby, duly accept the nomination. Thank you very much.
Moving over to the second nomination form, Councillor Ran.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Nicole Jacqueline Ron, do hereby nominate Councillor Timothy Francis Trulak for the position of chairperson of the Oversight Committee of the Legislature, OCOL. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mpefo.
Thank you, Chair. I, Councillor Lerato Mpefo, second the nomination of Councillor Timothy Francis Trulak for the position of chairperson of the Oversight Committee on the Legislature. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Trulak.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I accept the nomination. Thank you.
Councillors, at this point, we are going to start voting by show of hands. We are going to start voting for the name of Councillor Ponsonby. Those in support of that nomination, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, councillors. Those in support of the name of Councillor Trulak, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, councillors. All those who are abstaining, you can raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. In terms of the votes, we have 6 councillors that abstained from the voting process. Councillor Trulak received 64 votes. Councillor Ponsonby received 100 votes. Therefore, Councillor Ponsonby is duly elected as the chairperson of OCO. 170 for Councillor Ponsonby. Congratulations, Councillor Ponsonby. Colleagues, we didn't think we were going to spend so much time in council today. Therefore, we did not prepare lunch. Can we kindly take a 15 minutes comfort break? But before we take that 15-minute comfort break, Councillor Belinda, you can come in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can I request that you make it 30, please? 30, if you don't mind. If we can make it 30 and not 50, so some of us who hasn't really brought something can just quickly get something. Thank you, because we didn't expect to be this long here.
How many motions are left? Mangat. Okay, no problem, Councillor Belinda. 30 minutes comfort break. Please be back at 10 to 3.
it's very sincere and very correct that we, as the city of Johannesburg, need to recognize our icons and the people that played a role.
Councillor Rapadu? I think there's a bit of noise coming from your caucus that side. I don't even see the Chief Whip of Council. Colleagues, please, let's respect those who are on the podium. Councillor Rapadu, you can continue.
As I was saying, Speaker, that it is befitting of the caliber of Kondrisi Kub that we continue to confer the freedom of the city to Ubabu Kondrisi Kubu for the role that he played in the music industry and in the broader struggle of South Africa. Kondrisi Kubu was born in 1951 and raised in Alexandra Township. This is the birthplace of Kwela, Mbaqanga, and the home of jazz and Mbaqanga pioneers like Ntemi Piliso, Zakes Nkosi, Hugh Masekela, Aaron Big Voice Jack Lerole, and the Dark City Sisters. The young Kondri learned the guitar from his older brother and went on to play in the groups such as the Anchors, the Flaming Souls, and the Flaming Ghettos. In a career that goes back to the 1960s, Ubabu Kondrisi Kubu has performed and recorded with most of the country's influential musicians. In the process, he got introduced to a range of styles that include soul, Afro soul, township pop, gospel, brass band music. By 1969, age 18, he was already sharing songs, writing credits on most of the songs that the Flaming Souls, the album LX Soul Menu, and playing rhythm guitar on the Anchors for the Soul Upstairs. After his son's unexplained death in 1980, he accelerated his initiation as a Sangoma, and after slaughtering a cow to appease the ancestors, he joined the famous Harari in 1981, where he was nicknamed the group's drummer as Hot Sticks. Post-Harari, Mr. Zitubu, he assembled a backing band for exiled artists such as Letambuli and Kefas Semenya, and toured with Harry Belafonte. His extensive travels even earned him a spot on the apartheid government's national security watch list. In the late 1980s, Mr. Zitubu launched a successful solo career as a singer and composer, and I'm sure we know many of his songs, Push Iskorokoro, and those who are young enough to remember him will know the role that he has played. The African legend that he is and a hit maker has dropped many songs since he entered the music industry. He has managed to achieve a lot in this industry during the oppressive years in South Africa. Some of his songs that he sang and they carried a message, Iskorokoro and Via Orlando, these songs are still relevant even today. The politically charged Confusion is also on the release, as well as Paula Baby with his 1988 album Pick 6, which addresses gender-based violence. Zitubu's socio-political and economic conditions of his time as a working
30 seconds remaining, Councillor.
As a working mobile artist within the apartheid system, he could not escape the clashes of surveillance and racial oppression. Therefore, I believe that we need, as the city, to do justice to this icon of our time, to confer him with the freedom of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Is motion agreed to? Is motion agreed to? Debate. Okay. I'll open the floor for the seconder, Councillor A. Marema. Is Councillor Marema in the house? Next speaker. We'll go to ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Wait. It must be seconded first, I think, for it to be debated.
Councillor, you can come in. Councillor Sefumba? You're sorted. Okay. Councillor Vasco?
Madam Speaker, the seconder of this motion is not here. And obviously that motion falls away. Thank you.
Councillor Vasco, according to legal, the proposer or the seconder, if they're they must table the motion. That's advice from legal. Councillor Harris?
Madam Speaker, councillors, I rise to speak on motion 1 in line with Rule 91(3) of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Since 1996, the COJ has bestowed the freedom of the city on outstanding individuals, specifically the late Walter Sisulu, former President Nelson Mandela, Joe Slovo, Beyers Naudé, Sophie de Bruyn, Lillian Ngoyi, Helen Joseph, and Rahima Musa. The City of Johannesburg conferred the freedom of the city on James Mpanza, Rebecca Kotane, and Becky Mlangeni posthumously in September 2021. This is evidence that the award is not conferred lightly. According to the mayoral awards policy adopted by this council in March 2007, there are categories of awards that can be conferred by the city. Conferment of the City of Johannesburg honor recipient is a Category 1 award. This honor is awarded for outstanding contributions to the struggle for freedom and democracy and any other exceptional contribution to the upliftment of the City of Johannesburg. It is not an emotional, subjective decision, but a decision made after intense deliberation. The policy makes provision for other categories of awards. One of these categories is what is termed the Executive Mayor's Award. It must be noted that these are annual awards nominated by peers, and I'm not sure if being the darling of the Devi show qualifies Councillor Rapadu as a peer, by public vote and awarded by mayoral decision. One of the subcategories of this award is the Heart and Soul of Joburg Award. This award is conferred in recognition of achievements in the fields of arts, culture, and heritage. Councillor Rapadu highlights the need for the city to recognize performing and visual artists while they are still alive and while they can enjoy recognition for the fruits of their labor. We strongly urge the Mayor's office to consider Mr. Kondri Skoro Zikubu and other equally deserving creatives as the recipients of the Heart and Soul of Joburg Award. In light of the motion being contrary to the existing mayoral awards policy of 2007, the ACDP does not support the motion in its current form. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor F. De Lange. Before you come in, Councillor De Lange.
Speaker, after much persuasion from the coalition partners and people that I've been engaging with right now, would like to suspend this motion for today and we'll bring it forward in the next meeting. Thank you.
Councillor Rapadu, we might have a problem here according to Rule 95(3). At any time before commencement of debate on a motion, the proposer or seconder of such motion may withdraw the motion by notifying the speaker, Councillor Belinda, or the acting speaker. There shall be no debate or amendments to a withdrawn motion. So we'll have to continue, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Belinda.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I know that you've read the rule with regards to the motion, but you've set a precedent earlier where a debate was already started and something was withdrawn mid-debate. So we need to be very careful the precedents we are setting in this chamber. Yes, could have been a report or this thing, but it's still the principle of the rules still apply. So we've got to be very careful, Madam Speaker. I really want to caution this House that we don't set these kind of precedences because we're going to end up in court yet again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Belinda. I think the rules are very clear on motions, so we'll continue with business of the day. Councillor De Lange, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Freedom Front is all for recognizing and honoring artists and certain individuals that help build the nation. It doesn't matter on which side of the political spectrum you find yourself. The problem is, Madam Speaker, I'm going to be very short, that we couldn't gather the financial implications on this matter. Now, things like this, I don't know how many millions are going to be spent on this, and overseas trips and all those kind of things that is actually not needed or is not budgeted for. That is the problem that we have with these kind of initiatives. The city needs urgent funds to build the infrastructure, to fund the different projects, to create jobs within the city for the youth and for the unemployed. So because we couldn't gather what the financial implication is going to be on this, we cannot support this motion because I think we can spend money better elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. DA, Councillor N. Sifumba.
Thank you, Speaker. And first of all, congratulations on your election as a Speaker of Council. Ngibulisa wonke umuntu egameni likaMveli Nqangi omkhulu nokhokho bethu. Residents of Johannesburg, guests and fellow councillors. Ngiyanibulisa futhi. Speaker, I'm very, at first, when Councillor Rapadu withdrawn the motion, I said to myself, what Councillor Harris has said is exactly, or maybe towards what I was going to say. And I thought, you know what, let me withdraw my speech. But on second thought, I was like, no, Councillor Rapadu should know better. As a councillor who's been here for years, he should know better how these things are done. However, Speaker, just allow me to continue with my speech so that we get through my 8 minutes swiftly. Speaker, I rise in a quest to rescue Johannesburg and to present a positive viewpoint to the motion before us. While we acknowledge the significant contributions of Conrizi Kubu, a musical luminary born in 1951 and raised in Alexandra Township, we must also consider the broader context and the City of Johannesburg's mayoral awards policy. Firstly, let us celebrate the rich cultural heritage of Alexandra, the birthplace of Kwela, Mpaqanga, and jazz. The legacy of artists like Ntemi Piliso, Zakes Nkosi, Hugh Masekela, Aaron Big Voice, Jack Lerule, and the Dark City Sisters resonates through the streets and melodies of this vibrant community. The artistic endeavors have shaped our collective identity and deserve recognition. However, as we deliberate Conrizi Kubu's remarkable journey, we must remember that the mayoral awards policy aims to honor individuals who have not only excelled in their respective fields, but have also made significant contributions to the well-being and progress of our city. It is not merely about artistic achievements, but also about uplifting communities, fostering social cohesion, and promoting positive change. Conry Zigubu's musical career spans decades, and his versatility from soul to Afro soul, township pop to gospel, demonstrates his immense talent. His collaboration with influential musicians and his role in iconic bands like the Anchors, the Flamingo Souls are commendable. However, we must critically assess whether these accomplishments align with the criteria set forth by the Mayoral Awards policy. The tragic loss of his son in 1980 led to Conry Zigubu on a spiritual path as a Sangoma. While we respect his personal journey, we must recognize that the Mayoral Awards policy emphasizes contributions to the broader community. Initiations and personal beliefs, while significant, do not necessarily translate into community impact. Furthermore, Zigubu's solo career during the oppressive era in South Africa deserves applause. Songs like Iskorokoro and Via Orlando carry powerful messages reflecting the struggles and resilience of our people. However, we must ask, how did these songs directly benefit Johannesburg residents? Did they alleviate poverty? Did they improve education or enhance public services? As we deliberate, let us consider our unsung heroes, teachers, healthcare workers, community organizers who toil tirelessly for our city's betterment. Their selfless efforts often go unnoticed, yet they embody the spirit of the Mayoral Awards policy. In conclusion, Speaker, while Conry Zigubu's musical legacy is undeniable, we must weigh it against the policy's intent. Let us celebrate artists and community builders alike, ensuring that our awards reflect not only artistic brilliance, but also a commitment to uplift Johannesburg. Therefore, Madam Speaker, we as the DA do not support this motion as it doesn't follow the criteria of the Mayoral Awards policy, and we are of the belief that the city is in no position to fund the ceremony and should utilize the funds on service delivery. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sefumba. PA, Councillor L. Simonse.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, the Executive Mayor, the City Manager, as well as our caucus leader, MMC Kunene. Tobak 9. Speaker, there's a mouth being said about this specific item and how we as a city needs to embrace it. I'm not going to go into details. I just would like you guys to know that the PA supports this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor D. Dladla. Councillor Dladla. All right, we'll move on. MMC Kwamanda is also not here. We'll go back to the proposer. Councillor T. Rapadu. Proposer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's this one. But I've withdrawn, Madam Speaker, so there's no need for me to proceed. So we won't be proceeding with this item. Thank you. We won't be voting for it. We'll bring it in another time. Thank you.
Let's seek advice from legal so that we don't break our own rules. Councillor Rapadu, just clarity from my side. So you are not supporting this motion? Just clarity.
I'm withdrawing this report. That is my words. Can they be captured correctly? I'm withdrawing the report. I'm supporting, but I'm withdrawing the report today.
Councillor Rapado, I have to take a decision. When you delivered your speech, then after that you asked me to withdraw. According to the rules, we can't, and I said that in front of everyone here, and it's been debated, so I think it's up to the House to decide if this item is going ahead or it's not. I'll start with those in support of this motion. Please raise your hands. Councillor from the EFF. Councillor Mosetle.
Thank you, Speaker. Before the voting, can you please grant us 5 minutes break?
Councillor Mosetle, we are in the middle of voting.
Let legal advise you properly this.
That's the advice they gave me. We are in the middle of voting.
No. They must advise you properly there. We are allowed.
Councillor Mosetla, I've made a ruling. We'll continue as we have started the process of voting. All those in favor of this item, please raise your hands. Councillor Van Wyk, we are in the middle of voting. Can I take your hand out afterwards? Or are you voting in support? All those against this motion? Colleagues, you can drop your hands. All those who are abstaining, please raise your hands. Colleagues, the results are as follows. 0 abstaining, 0 yes, and 65 noes. So the motion is not carried.
Councillor, the second motion is recommending an urgent investigation into illegal dumping of health and medical waste on the open land opposite the FNB Stadium in the city of Johannesburg.
I'll start with the proposer, Councillor N. Johnson.
Speaker, Actionist A would like to withdraw this motion. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor Johnson.
Councillor, motion 3 is a plea for the reconstruction of Nikki Tumi Road closed by JRA.
The proposer for this motion is Councillor M. Tabane.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the members of the Mayoral Committee. And greetings to the fellow councillors. I, Councillor Tabane, table the following motion in terms of Rule 89, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In the year 2018, the Johannesburg Road Agency shut down and closed the Nick Tumi Road because of illegal mining operations that were happening. Can I be protected, Speaker? There's too much noise here.
Colleagues, please, let's afford the councillor an opportunity to share his speech with us. Thank you. Can continue, Councillor Tabane, you are protected.
Thank you. Illegal mining has a very tremendous socio-economic effect and jeopardizes the safety of the people. After thorough inspection, the JRA announced that users or motorists should find alternative routes to use because of the Nick Tumi Road collapsing. After years of the ordeal, the road has since not been constructed back to allow for effective mode of transport. With the road closure, the main reef road is under pressure of congested traffic and high risk of fatal accident. Motorists, business owners, law enforcement agencies and taxi associations around the area have raised concerns over this situation, as it is inconveniencing all the relevant parties using the road. Noting that, Speaker, the roads are the most important route of trade and transport across Gauteng, it is therefore important that the reconstruction of this road be done to ease the effect of this ordeal. It has been 7 years since the road closure and nothing has been done to try and tackle the problem. The Nick Tumi Road is a 750 meters long and links communities to Roodepoort. And it will relieve traffic on the main reef road, which is marked with a lot of accidents. The construction of roads in South Africa takes approximately 45 days at 3.5 million rands per kilometer. With proper budgeting by the relevant departments, the fixing of this particular road will be done before 3 years. The JIRA's core business is derived from its mandate established in service delivery agreement with the city and can be summarized as the construction and maintenance of roads and road infrastructure. Without sidelining the valid reasons for the closure of the road, the City of Johannesburg, in collaboration with JRA, will be conforming with the mandate by constructing the road. Road transportation accounts to 73.8% of total land freight income and contributing a GDP of 48%. It is crucial to make sure that roads are in demand are maintained. Roads that are in demand are maintained sufficiently. The local government is as responsible for roads within their areas. Thus, the City of Johannesburg bears the responsibility to ensure that all roads are properly managed and maintained. It is therefore recommended, Speaker, that the City of Johannesburg and JRA budget around the construction of this particular road to stabilize the social and economic
20 seconds
impact
remaining,
it has
Councillor.
on the City of Johannesburg. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Tabane. Is the motion agreed to? Then I'll call the proposer, the seconder, Councillor F. Ngwenya.
Thank you once more, Speaker. The Executive Mayor and members of the Mayoral Committee, Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu, chairpersons of committees. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Marema on being elected as the chair of chairs, the son of the hunter. All councillors present, residents of Johannesburg at large, Speaker, I rise in wholehearted support of motion 3. The issue at hand is not just about inconvenience, but also about the safety and well-being of the community. Speaker, the closure of this vital roadway has been more than a mere disruption. It has caused accidents and countless difficulties for our people, hampering their ability to travel efficiently for work, education, and emergency services. Speaker, I stand before you to affirm the reconstruction of this road is not merely a benefit but a necessity. Our communities deserve the basic right to a safe and reliable infrastructure. The delay in addressing this closure has already cost us time, opportunities, and has put our residents at risk. Speaker, I therefore urge all members of this council to recognize the agency of this motion. Let us move forward together with this swift action. For every day we delay, we hold back the progress of our community. With that being said, Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ngwenya. DA, Councillor Krish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I think that the bigger problem with regards to this motion is actually the illegal mining, which has not been addressed over the 5 to 6 years. So the damage to that road surface is actually due to the continuous illegal mining that has occurred there. And on top of that, I don't think that road surface heavily impacts on the economy. And I think I would guess that probably the taxi owners are probably enjoying the fact that this road surface could be renewed. Now, having said that, there are opportunities as a ward councillor to put this in as an IDP recommendation or to contact JRA directly in order to achieve what they're trying to achieve through a motion. And I think also we can all admit that there is no budget within the JRA to even fix the current backlog of road surfaces that are incredibly important for commerce and industry. And we have 68 bridges that are, quite frankly, in some or other state of dangerous or ill repair. So to just help make a few people's lives easier, I think we need to start prioritizing some of the bigger line items that need repair, as well as addressing the ongoing illegal mining, which is actually a provincial and national responsibility. And so until then, I don't think that the DA would support such frivolous, wasteful expenditure when there are bigger line items to invest money in. And so we are rejecting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Krish. ACDP, Councillor Rolson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greet you all in the precious name of our Lord Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Greetings, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, councillors, distinguished guests, and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on motion 3 on the plea of rebuilding of Nikki Toomey Road, closed by the JRA. The ACDP agrees and totally supports the rebuilding of Nikki Toomey Road as a matter of urgency. For no action to be taken to rebuild Nikki Toomey Road for 7 years is totally unacceptable, as it does not only inconvenience the local community, but also the residents of the broader Johannesburg area. Also considering the delivery of goods and services, which are also hampered, the ACDP reminds the JRA that the rebuilding of Nikki Toomey Road is not a cost incurred, but an investment that will reap immediate benefits, and urges the JRA to start the rebuilding process as soon as possible. God bless South Africa. God bless the sovereign state of Israel. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Netamba.
Thank you, Speaker. Congratulations on your new role. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Spetlela Raserute. Greetings to the two MMC of the EFF, Dr. Mgcine Tswaku and Eni Makafula, not forgetting the chief whip of the EFF, Tabitha Mokhapi, and greetings to all councillors. Greetings to the people in the gallery, not forgetting the city manager. Speaker, as the EFF, we support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC, Councillor K. Kunene.
Madam Speaker, let me greet you again after a break. The MMCs, the CM sitting like an island there, very handsome CM. All the councillors and people in the gallery. Let me also greet the Chief Whip of the Patriotic Alliance, the most beautiful Councillor Louise. I am shocked that Councillor Krish does not see a need for this road to be fixed. I am indeed shocked, Madam Speaker, because he has got so much knowledge as to why is this road destroyed. In October 2020, companies were contracted to investigate what had happened to the sinkholes that occurred not just on this Tommy Road, but also on Wemapen Road in Springfield and John Weber Street in Boysens/Selby. There are several roads in the city of Johannesburg that have collapsed due to illegal mining. And where it does not affect Councillor Krish, he does not see the urgency of fixing that road. As JRA, we are committed to fixing this road. But to fix Nick Tommy Boulevard is going to cost us around 25 million. And that was a budget that was given in October 2020. To fix Wemapen Road in Springfield will cost us around 90 million. And John Weber Street in Boysens/Selby, around 95 million rands, 69 million rands, sorry. So we need about 189 million to fix all these roads that are affected by illegal mining. So as JRA, we have said that we need to engage the CM so that we can bring the Department of Minerals on board to put together some funds for us to be able to fix these roads. I have, in fact, contacted the Minister of Minerals, Minister Gwede Mantashe, last year on the destruction on our roads in Davidsonville. So even these roads will now be included in that business case that we have put to the minister to say that our roads are being destroyed, our infrastructure is being destroyed due to the lack of rehabilitation on the mining that has happened around the city of Johannesburg. So the city does not have enough funds to be able to undertake these projects by itself. We are engaging the MEC of Transport, we are engaging Public Works at National, so that they can give us also infrastructure grants so that we can respond to these challenges. But we view all roads that are destroyed, all roads that have sinkholes, as hazardous, as a risk to motorists, and as an inconvenience to businesses and also to residents, as these roads connect the south and other areas. So it's very important. And I therefore recommend that this motion be supported and we implement together with the city our recommendations that we engage the Department of Minerals and we also look for infrastructure grant to be able to respond to this risky challenge that we have. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope that my voice has been as vocal, as clear as I am handsome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC Kunene. We'll take it back to the proposer, Councillor M. Tabani.
Thanks, Speaker. I would like to appreciate those that have debated in favor of this motion. I therefore plea with the City of Johannesburg and JRA to allocate budget to the reconstruction of this road, as the design and everything have already been done. And the MMC is correct, there's a budget that has already, the figure that is already allocated. So thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Tabane. Colleagues, all those in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. Colleagues, you can drop your hands. All those not in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. There. No. Not in favor, not supporting. Okay. All those who are abstaining from voting, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, colleagues, while we finalize the voting. The results are as follows. Councillors who abstained, 64. The noes, 0. The yeses, 167. The motion carries.
Councillors, motion number 4 is a litter catchment mechanism in the Yangtze River in the Midrand and Fourways area.
The proposer, Councillor D. Foley.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I, Councillor David Foley, rise to propose the following motion in terms of Rule 89.2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. Motion for a litter catchment mechanism in the Yexke River in the Midrand Fourways area. Noting that due to the effects of the climate change, extreme precipitation events are more frequent and are exacerbated by the additional runoff from large non-permeable surfaces within the city. This raises the level of rivers and the amount of litter that is then washed into the rivers due to the increased flow velocity of approximately 300% or more. This also scours the edge of the rivers and washes litter further downstream, where it washes up higher on the river's banks, trees, and other structures adjacent to the river. While this motion does not seek to address the pollution of the water in the rivers, in the instance of the Yexke River, the amount of litter carried down the river from below Alexandria and which is deposited on the riverbanks in the Midrand and Fourways area around Main Road M71 bridge going west is hugely concerning. So massive amounts of paper, cardboard, polystyrene, and many other pieces of litter float down the river and needs to be cleaned up by residents living on the riverbanks. Believing that by placing a litter catchment mechanism similar to the mechanism at Bruma at the Main Road M71 bridge, a significant portion of the litter will be accumulated, which will reduce the litter flowing down the river. The litter collection mechanism design allows for easier offtake of litter and will significantly reduce the litter washing up on the riverbanks in Midrand and Fourways. Implementing a public awareness campaign to educate residents about the environmental impact of litter in water bodies and in general could involve informational pamphlets, community workshops, and social media outreach. It is therefore recommended to Council to have an internal feasibility study to be conducted to assess the viability of adding another litter catchment mechanism into the Yexke River at the Yexke Bridge on Main Road M71, leveraging off the other similar initiative in Bruma, while noting any issues and possible improvements that could be incorporated. I propose that the internal feasibility study be concluded 60 to 90 days after the approval at Council and a report be submitted to Council accordingly. Please can the councillors approve this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Is motion agreed to? Okay, then I'll call the seconder, Councillor L. Coogan.
Right, good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. The cleanup of our rivers needs to be urgently addressed. It is a multi-entity and multi-dimensional issue that can be proposed as part of the solution to rehabilitate the waterways, which could then be emulated across the city As mentioned, this would also involve civic education. As the previous speaker also alluded, we have a litter trap in the Yukskay in Bruma. In addition, there are more informal litter traps in the Alex section of the Yukskay, where they not only clean the litter traps, but they actually use some of the litter for recycling, and it forms part of an informal employment opportunity. Now, this investigation would then form part of the planned intervention across the city in terms of getting compliance, implementing the climate action plan, and also working towards a more sustainable and cleaner environment in our city. I humbly request that our fellow councillors consider this motion seriously, as it affects part of the solution for us and for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Coogan. EFF, Councillor Mkasi. Is Councillor Mkasi in the house? Then we'll move on. MMC, Mr. Councillor J. Sekhuaila.
Speaker, good afternoon to you. It's Sekhuaila, not Sekhuaila. In Spedi will be meaning something else. But I forgive you because Mabaso here is reminding me that you are an entry candidate. So yeah, we are fine. Thanks Mabaso for reminding me that. But otherwise, let me extend my greetings to yourself, Executive Mayor, Senor, fellow MMC and councillors, colleagues and councillors, let me just quickly say that without any waste of time, that the motion raised, in my view, if we're at school, because what exactly councillors have said is exactly what we are doing currently. Now, because you would have accompanied us last week in Alexander and Yukskay, you would have observed how clean the river becomes. All this that we have said, councillors, including empowerment of local community, working with the Alexander warriors who are cleaning the Yukskay, obviously, and also supported by the Canadian government, that support that we get, in which we appreciate. We are beginning to clean Yukskay and also Bruma Lake. When I was there last week, in fact, you could then be greeted by the sound of birds. And in fact, yes, in Alex. And someone told me the report that you were fish, some fishes beginning to exact. So life is coming back in Yukskay. But we are saying that we'll continue to clean Yukskay and make it a tourist attraction in that particular section of the society. So that motion, the Ningawari, all that we are saying, we have been doing it. So you're going to copy. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Sekhuaila. Hey, tongue twister, Sekhuaila. Sotho. I'll ask the proposer to close the debate. Councillor D. Foley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just really hoping that it is considered, because although there's some cleaning initiatives, the first storm that we have, the whole river will be covered again, up to 2 or 3 meters up to the trees It's a very sad state of affairs. So I hope the council does approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll start the voting process. All those in favor of this motion, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. You can drop your hand. All those who are against this motion, please raise your hand. You can drop your hands, colleagues. All councillors who want to abstain from voting, please raise your hands. No one. All right, legal, let's just tally up the results. Councillors, the results are in. Councillors who abstained, it's 0. Councillors who supported the motion, 6-8. Councillors against the motion, 154. The motion does not carry.
Councillors, the fifth motion is to enforce the use of professional email signatures for all councillors and city officials and employees, sorry.
We'll start with the proposer, Councillor L. Harman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. I, Lucinda Harman, Councillor for the Democratic Alliance, rise to propose the following motion in terms of the Standing Rules 89(2)(b), noting that the City of Johannesburg Council and the administration in the departments and entities thereof should always strive to deliver excellent services with the utmost professionalism and efficiency within the City of Johannesburg. Believing that a standardized professional email signature reinforces the city's commitment to professionalism and creates a positive image when interacting with the external stakeholders. Providing comprehensive contact details and email signatures streamlines communication processes, making it easier for the residents, partners, and other stakeholders to reach out to the right individuals promptly. Including cell phone numbers is crucial, especially when the city is covering phone contract expenses, as it facilitates quick and direct communication during emergencies. Standardizing email signatures across the city's entities and departments ensures a consistent and cohesive representation of the City of Johannesburg. Therefore, this city resolves the enforcement of the use of professional email signatures for all councillors, executives, and employees, including those within the city's entities and departments. Professional email signatures should be comprehensive and include the following: full name of the employee, the full name of the City of Johannesburg department or entity, the official job title or designation of the employee, the physical address of the office where the employee is stationed, the official email address for professional communication, the mobile phone number of the employee, especially if the city covers the phone contract expenses, conduct training sessions to educate employees on the importance of professional email signatures and provide guidelines on creating and updating them. Incorporate the enforcement of professional email signatures into the city's communication policies and guidelines. Establish mechanisms to monitor and ensure compliance with the new email signature standards. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. Is motion agreed to? I'll call the seconder, Councillor J. Havertz. Councillor Harman, you can come in.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor Horwitz is not present today. She's absent. Thank you.
All right, because we've set the same precedence with the motion earlier on, I'll continue. We'll go to, I think, EFF, Councillor Nhlapo Julie. Okay, she's out. We'll go to MMC, Councillor L. Masugu.
Good afternoon, Speaker. Thank you very much. The city already has a template for email signatures that is done through group comms for everybody. So if perhaps there are councillors who have a challenge, are unable, they are most welcome to come to us at GCSS. We will assist them and link them up with IT and comms, and then we'll assist them to get that. Otherwise, it's not necessary for this motion. Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Harman, you can close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe that it has been done effectively in the city and that it actually does exist in the format professionally that we need it in. I hereby request Council to approve this motion. Thank you.
Councillors, all those in favour of this motion, please raise your hands. Thank you, councillors. You can drop your hands. All those against this motion, please raise your hands. Councillors, on my left, legal cannot see your hands. Please rise them higher. Colleagues, you can drop your hands. All those who don't want to participate, all those who are abstaining, please raise your hands. No one, 0. The results are as follows. No one abstained. 159 noes, 67 yes. The motion does not carry.
Councillors, on motion number 6 is a comprehensive internal audit of water meters and valves in areas affected by water shedding.
I'll call the proposer, Councillor N. Jonker.
Honourable Speaker, esteemed members of Council, today I stand before you to discuss a vital issue that affects the lives of our residents, the urgent need for dependable and accurate water services. This motion goes beyond infrastructure. It highlights our duty to ensure every resident can access safe and reliable water, a fundamental right, as in our Constitution, specifically Section 27. Suburbs affected by the Hurstville 1, 2 and Alexandra reservoirs have faced water shortages, inaccurate billing challenges since last year, September. The problem often arises after reservoirs are shut down every night to build capacity. This situation is simply unacceptable and requires our prompt attention. This motion advocates for thorough internal audit of water meters and valves in the affected areas. In line with the Municipal Systems Act 23 of 2000 provision, which obligates municipalities to ensure the provision of services in a manner that is sustainable and promotes economic development, this audit aims to pinpoint and resolve the issue leading to these challenges. Here's what we propose. We suggest that Johannesburg Water Internal Auditing Department comprehensively examine the water meters and valves in Hurstville 1, 2 and Alexander reservoir areas. The objection is to identify and remedy any problem.
20 seconds left.
Sure. After the audit, after the audit, they must please report back to Council within 30 days. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Is motion agreed to? I will call the seconder, Councillor G. Sherman.
Is it working?
Greetings, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Why am I not surprised? Again, we have double standards within this chamber, especially when it comes to people like ourselves. As an example, we have at least 2 PR councillors living in a drought-stricken area called Coronationville, colored, so-called colored township. And yet today, we are once again being deprived to have at least an audit, let alone some water, just to find out why we are being restricted of having water. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be against this, specifically referring to the 2 councillors living in that particular area called Coronationville. I mean, put up your hand and say, no, I don't want this particular audit. And the reason for that is because I want to. So, Madam Speaker, I would like to propose that whomever has a no against this, review this from a position where we as a people, and yet there's a portion called Westbury affected by this drought as well, so-called colored area. But Madam Speaker, what do we say? Just a few more colored people being affected by water. Now, this is the truth and the scenario that these people have to live with on a daily basis, having water for at least 6 hours every day. But here's the kicker. My esteemed councillors who lives in that area, you need to get up at least 4 o'clock to fill up buckets, to make sure that you have water for at least your sanitation, let alone water to drink or cooking. But you know what? It's fine. We'll say no just because we can. Madam Speaker, I implore you and the rest of this council to think twice before you say no to people who desperately are in need of a basic service called water. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sherman. We'll move over to PA, Councillor D. Ponsonby.
Thank you, Councillor, and greetings to you, the Executive Mayor, Papa Action, MMC Kenny Kunene, and the PA caucus, and councillors at large. Councillor Sherman, we heard you through you, Speaker. We understand that nobody wants to not have water. But we've got an MMC in this house that we can speak to directly. We didn't have to come to the juncture of bringing a motion to this place, to this council even. Now we want to sit and patronize our councillors and put the public out there to zoom in on them and see what their response is to this. We, as the PA, we note this report, we note this motion, Madam Speaker. But unfortunately, we feel that there's better ways of doing this. Westbury Coronation will get water. We will make sure that we keep the executive in charge accountable for it. And we will ensure that water comes to the affected areas. The councillor, what you've done was totally out of order, councillor. But anyway, be it as it may, it's the way you feel. Yes.
Wait, let me protect you. Councillors on my left, you've been afforded an opportunity to speak on this matter. Can we do the same to the councillor from the PA, please?
There's no
Can we do
misleading
the same?
those.
Councillor Ponsonby, you can continue.
There's no misleading doubt. She's the councillor of the area. What does she do to ensure that water gets to the area, Speaker? So let us not please come to this council and come and deceive the people and further confuse our people. MMC, let us ensure that we work on the situation, please, and ensure that water comes to the area. We know that people are affected.
Ponsonby, there's a point of order. Please wait.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to call Councillor Ponsonby to order. We've had lots of motions that has service delivery related today. And that is also the ward council of this area who is not getting help. That is why she's bringing this motion. And we just had motion 3 was exactly the same. So it's out of
Councillor
order.
Belinda, is the debate open for DA to participate? I thought you guys had an opportunity. So Councillor Ponsonby, please continue.
I'm not going to feed into foolishness, Madam Speaker. I have said, Mr. MMC, please look into the lack of water into the area. Thank you. We note the report, but we will not stand with it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move over to EFF. Councillor G. Mukasi. Don't think Mukasi is in the house. We'll move over to our MMC. Councillor Sekwaila.
Thanks for the correction, Speaker. Let me appreciate it. Skwaila. Speaker, I think Councillor Dwayne has responded on my behalf because he understands governance well. I don't know how this matter was never reported and is brought to council, as if report this matter to our depots, it will be escalated to myself. The
Can you
matter
stop
will be
howling,
resolved.
colleagues?
This and service delivery related to
MMC?
matter.
MMC, can we stop howling, colleagues? We all want to go home. We all want to go back to the residents that we are representing. So let's give each other an opportunity to address each other in a respectful manner. Democratic Alliance, please. MMC, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Speaker. I've never in my office received this matter, but I'm advising the councillor there to actually report the matter. If he doesn't get joy, please bring it or escalate to me. We will assist you, councillor. By the way, myself and Mayor were at Randburg a couple of days ago when we were called. And we were told that there's a pipe that was installed in 1930. Very problematic pipe. When we went there, it was installed in 1985. It was misinformation. But regardless, we went there, and our Joburg water team, they are busy currently constructing some drawings to assist in terms of the pressure around that area, Randburg and Blokori, because it's high-lying areas. Otherwise, every time when there's outage, this area will forever recover very little because of it's a high-lying area. It's not because of a racial matter as indicated by the council, so that I condemn that particular statement very well. These are the things, Speaker, that this Joburg Water we are doing every day. You can go to Randburg, Blekgori, some diggings that are happening there to investigate the problems. So we are attending to those issues. But please, Councillor, feel free after this meeting to WhatsApp me your issues. I will respond very, very well. Thanks very much. You are wasting council time. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC. I would like the proposer to close the debate. Councillor Jonker.
Thank you, MSC. If you read your own Johannesburg Water business plan, you will see Herstel 1, Herstel 2 is not close to where you're talking about now. These residents has been, and it's in your business plan, and you've been making promises for years. We're asking for an audit. I ask all councillors to please, we're not asking for money, we're asking Joburg Water to do their work. Please support this motion. I thank you.
Councillors, is motion agreed to?
No.
Can I ask all those councillors who are in support of this motion to please raise your hands? You can drop your hands, colleagues. All councillors against this motion, please raise your hands.
Excuse me, Speaker.
Councillors, you can drop the hands.
Councillor Rambani is taking pictures of us. He's intimidating us.
I'm trying to see, I think it's Councillor Fresley. All those who are abstaining from this voting process, please raise your hands. Abstentions, it's 0. All right, councillors, the results are as follows. Councillors who abstained, it's 0. Councillors who are against this motion, 142. Councillors in support of this motion, 59. Therefore, the motion does not carry.
Councillors, we are on motion number 8. Motion number 7. That the city conducts a feasibility study into the possibility of recommissioning the Kite Street water tower to allow residents to have basic access to water without restrictions.
I would like to call the proposer, Councillor Zed Hughes.
Afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Today I stand before you not just as the ward councillor, but as a concerned advocate for the well-being of the residents of Horison and surrounding areas. who would benefit from the recommissioning of the Kite Street Water Tower. The issue at hand strikes at the very core of our daily lives: uninterrupted access to water, a basic human right enshrined in Section 27 of the Constitution. Since the Kite Street Water Tower was decommissioned in the early 2000s, residents in the area have faced water supply issues with little to no water during peak hours. This is because they now rely on the Finch Street Water Tower, now known as the Horizon Water Tower, to supply a much larger area. Since January 2023, the community of Horizon has endured nearly 2,000 hours without a consistent water supply. This is not just a statistic. It is a stark reality impacting the daily lives of our residents, disrupting routines, compromising health, and threatening their fundamental right to water access. I therefore propose a motion for the City of Johannesburg to conduct a feasibility study into the possibility of recommissioning the Kite Street Water Tower to ensure residents have basic access to water without restriction.
Thank you, Councillor. Is motion agreed to? In that case, I'd like to call the seconder, Councillor Benjamin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. The reinstatement of the Kite Street Tower is crucial for a number of reasons. Enhanced water pressure. A functional water tower helps maintain the consistent pressure throughout an area that currently does not have this in its daily needs for the residents. Emergency supplies will find themselves very short if they had to put out fires or have sudden demands because of this problem. The infrastructure support. The tower supports the local infrastructure by ensuring that water distribution systems operate efficiently, reducing the risk of the outages, as mentioned by Councillor Hughes, and the service disruptions. The property values. Any reliable water supply provided to a property increases its values. I don't know here who would want to buy a property that doesn't have a water supply that you can depend on. Buyers and renters who contribute to our economy would demand such. The quality of life with constant services improves overall, reduces the stress and the inconvenience associated and
Councillor
affects...
Benjamin, can I stop you a bit? Sure. There's a hand on my right. Councillor Mbengwa.
Speaker, this house has got respect. Ne? There is a person there wearing a blue hat. Can you verify if it's a woman or a male person? Oh, okay. I wanted to verify if it's a male or a female.
Haibo, Councillor Mbengwa. You are out of order, Councillor. No, it's Women's Month, colleagues. Councillor, on my left, please remove the cap from Council. Oh, it's a lady. Okay. Sorry about that. Councillor Benjamin, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The quality of life is greatly improved when there is consistent water services, reducing the stress and the inconvenience experienced by our residents. I'm not sure how many of your households have an elderly person, someone with health impediments, babies, children who need to be bathed and gotten ready for school, or our elderly who needs their health care taken care of, or even yourself who needs to be prepared to be in the presence of your residents or attend a council meeting when you do not have a supply of water. This tower exists. It does not have to be built like the one, if you currently go via Mayfair and Brixton, next to the Flying Squad that has been erected. It is there and it needs to be reinstated. The Kite Street Water Tower addresses many water issues that the community surrounding currently faces. It supports the overall well-being of our residents and would certainly increase the services that is provided in that particular area where residents are struggling. Madam Speaker, I therefore second the motion tabled by Councillor Hughes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Benjamin. We'll move over to MMC. MMC Sohaila.
Thanks, Speaker. Once again, perhaps let me read from a Joburg Water direct response, because if I do, they might think that is personal. Because we keep on saying that whatever you are raising here is a work in progress. While we are reading the website and we get information, you bring them as motion so that you go report to it and take credits. Now, Speaker, Joburg Water have conducted a feasibility study in the Kite Street Water Tower already. Now, I don't know, the council have seen that she's proposing that we do a study. It's been done already. And Joburg Water have identified both short and long-term solutions. So the short-term solution plan is to install a standby generator to the Horizon Pump Station, which would cater for any power-related or load-shedding incidents. This will ensure continuity of water supply into the distribution network. The procurement of the generator is currently at a track and going through a procurement stage. It is estimated that it will be installed by January 2025. That is a short-term plan that JW is having around the area. There is also a long-term plan around the tower again. So this project is part of our long-term planning process and is estimated to commence in 2029. So there are things that JW is doing in that particular area, colleagues. I think that councillors, please, you must respect the time of council. And obviously, some of us, the biggest movement is waiting for us. Around 4 o'clock to be addressed by the leadership there, as we've indicated earlier on. So I think we would have left here a long time ago. Thanks very much, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. I will afford the proposer an opportunity to close the debate. Councillor Hughes.
No, but you can request it. You see what they can do. You can even, through their caucus leader.
Councillors, please let's not play with our mics. It's been a long day. We want to conclude. So let's give a councillor an opportunity to close her debate, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the MMC, I would just like to ask, when was the feasibility study done and where is that report? I asked the question regarding the tower in March 2023.
You can address the question, but through me. Thank you.
Through Madam Speaker. When was the feasibility study done and where's the report? I asked the question in council in March 2023 and the response was that it would take 10 years for the tower to be recommissioned. Residents do not have 10 years without water. They cannot go 10 years without water, and a generator will not solve the problem. I ask council to please consider the motion. Thank you.
Okay. Let's put it up for a vote. All councillors who are in favor for this motion, please raise your hands. Thank you, colleagues. You can drop your hands. All councillors who are not supporting this motion, please raise your hands. You can drop your hands, colleagues. Councillors who are abstaining, please raise your hands. We'll wait for legal to tell you the results. The results are as follows. No councillor abstained. The noes, 157. The yeses, 58. The motion does not carry.
Councillors, we move with motion 8, and that is recommending for all full audit investigation into current occupation of City of Johannesburg's own old age retirement, old age and retirement villages throughout the City of Johannesburg.
I'd like to call the proposer, Councillor M. Koturias.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in line with standing rules and orders, rule number 95.3, please accept my notification to withdraw this motion.
Noted, Councillor.
Lastly, our motion number 9 is recommending the executive of the City of Johannesburg Council to intensify credit control measures over all large power users, government and parastatals.
Proposer, Councillor Moduka Nene.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA would like to withdraw this motion.
Noted, Councillor.
We now have come to the 9th item with his announcement by the Speaker.
Councillors, please be reminded that the next council meeting is scheduled to be convened on the 18th and 19th of September, and the notice and related document will be distributed in due course subsequent to the programming committee sitting to be held on the 6th of September.
We now come to the closure.
Thank you so much, councillors, for your contribution. The meeting is adjourned.
EFF, I've got someone's food here.
Where's those motions?
Well done.